Hello everyone and welcome to this Git and GitHub crash course. I'm Ashok from Ashok IT. In the next couple of hours, we are going to understand Git and GitHub from the basic level. I will explain every concept in the simple way with a practical example so that everyone can easily understand. In this session, we will learn what is Git, GitHub, why we need it, how to work with the GitHub repositories, how to create the repositories, how to push our code changes to the repositories, and several GitHub commands we are going to discuss. And we will also understand how to work with the branches in the GitHub. You don't need any prior knowledge in order to attend this session, just to follow the session and practice the examples so that you will get the full clarity on how developers are going to use Git and GitHub in the real-time projects. Without wasting much time, let's get started with our Git and GitHub journey. Let's understand what is GitHub and why we need to go for GitHub. Okay, so if you see, GitHub is called as version control software. So what is GitHub? GitHub is called as version control software. It is a platform which is used to store project related files or project related source code. GitHub is a Git is a version control software. Git is a version control software. What is Git, guys? Git is a version control software. GitHub is a platform which is used to store project related files or project related source code. Okay, now here if you observe, when we are working in the real time in a project, multiple developers will be available. So for one project, development team will be available. Multiple developers will be working for one project. Now let's assume that in my project there are 4 developers available. In my project there are 4 developers available, and all these 4 developers are working from different locations. Okay, so one developer is working from Hyderabad location, one developer is working from Pune location, one developer is working from Chennai location. Okay, another developer is working from USA. So there are 4 developers available, and all these developers are working for same project. All these developers are working for same project. So when the developers are working from different locations for the same project, okay, then how the developers code can be integrated. So assume that they are working on one e-commerce application. So one developer is working on user management functionality. One developer is working on products management functionality. One developer working on payment related functionality. One developer working related to orders functionality, admin functionality, reports functionality. So multiple functionalities available in the project. Those functionalities are getting developed by multiple developers. So in our project, team of developers available. Those team members are working from different locations. When the team members are working from different locations, there are 2 problems here. Sir, what are the 2 problems if our team members are working from different locations? First problem, how to integrate all the developers code at one place. Okay, so at the end of the day, I want to execute the entire application. So if the developers are working from different locations, how to integrate all the developers code at one place? That is one of the biggest challenge we are going to face in the project. That is one of the biggest challenge we are facing, because nowadays people are not going to office, people are working from home only. Nowadays people are not going to office, people are working from home only. Okay, so if the people are working from the home, if the people are working from different locations, how to integrate all the developers code at one place? That is one of the biggest challenging task. And second problem, how to track code changes in the project. How to track code changes in the project. Because yesterday I have implemented some logic related to user login functionality. Yesterday I have tested my code, it is working as expected. Yesterday I have done login functionality implementation in the project. and I have tested my functionality that was working as expected. But today morning, my functionality not working. When I see the code, there are some changes. Whatever the code I have implemented yesterday, that code is not available today. Somebody made some changes to my code. Who made? When? Why? What? So we should be able to track the changes happened in the project source code. So if you are working in the team, multiple developers will be available. Those developers will be working from different locations. When the team members are working from different locations, then there are two problems available. What is the first problem? So here if you see one person from Hyderabad location and one person from Bangalore location, Pune location, Chennai location, people are working from different locations. When the people are working from different locations, mainly there are two challenges available. How to integrate all the developers code at one place and how to track the changes. Who has done the changes to my code? How to track code changes in the project? So when I say tracking, who modified my code? Okay, and when modified my code, when they modified my code, yesterday my code is available, but today my code is not available. What they have modified in my code, and another important thing, why they have modified my code. So we should be able to track all these changes. Okay. In order to resolve these two problems, we are going to use a concept called Git and GitHub concept. In order to overcome these two problems in the project, in order to overcome these two problems in the project, we are going to use a concept called Git and GitHub. Sir, how this Git and GitHub is going to help you? GitHub is a platform which is used to store project related files or project related source code at one place, guys. Now, so we are going to use GitHub platform. We are going to use a GitHub platform like this. Now, this GitHub platform we are going to use in order to integrate all the developers code at one place. So there is a concept called GitHub repository concept. We are going to use a concept called GitHub repository concept. Then all the developers will be connected to this GitHub repository and they will integrate all the code at one place. Okay. How to integrate all the developers code at one place? For the first problem, the solution is GitHub repository. So this GitHub repository is a platform which is used to store all the developers or source code at one place. Okay. Now, in this GitHub, we can create a source code repository to store project code. So GitHub, if you see github.com, a beautiful platform is available. If you see github.com, a beautiful platform is available. In this platform, you can create a repository. Repository, nothing but a place where we are going to store our projects. So here you can go to the github.com. You can create the account in the github.com and you can store all your project related code at one place. So if you see in my GitHub account, I have created almost 120 repositories. For one project, we are going to create one repository. Okay. In GitHub, we can create a source code repositories to store project code. All the developers can connect to the repository and they can store all the source code. Code integration will become very easy when we are having a platform like a GitHub. If the GitHub platform is not available, then how do you integrate the code? Can you go to each and every developer with a pen drive, copy the code and integrate all the code? That is very difficult. So that's why we are going to use this GitHub platform in order to store the code. How to store the code in the GitHub? In the GitHub, we are going to create a repository. So what is the meaning of repository? Repository is a place where we can store all the project related code. For one project, one repository we are going to create. GitHub repository. GitHub repository, nothing but a place where we are going to store our project source code. For one project, one GitHub repository will be available. So sir, what is the benefit if you are storing this code in the GitHub repository? If you are storing this code in the GitHub repository, what is the benefit? GitHub repository will monitor all the code changes. Whatever the changes that are happening to the project code, it is going to monitor all those code changes. So how it is going to monitor? Who modified that code? When there any file, it's not only code, it can be any file. If there is a XML file or if there is a properties file, YML file. Okay, whenever you store some file in the GitHub repository, then it is going to track all the changes. Who modified that file? When they modified that file? What they modified in that file? And why they modified that file? So this GitHub repository will monitor all the code changes. So whatever the two problems that we are having, for these two problems, the solution is GitHub. So GitHub is a version control software that is used to store all the source code at one place. Along with that, it is going to provide monitored access. What is the meaning of monitored access, guys? Monitored access nothing but it is going to track all the changes that are happening to our project. It is going to monitor all the changes that are happening to our project. Who modified, when modified, what modified, why modified, everything we can track by using this GitHub repository concept. Are you guys clear with my point? So in a project, multiple developers will be available. Like this, I have shown you in the diagram. Multiple developers will be available in the project, and those developers will be working from different locations. Those developers will be working from different locations. When the developers are working from different locations, how to integrate all the developers code at one place? If the code is integrated, then how to track the code changes? Who modified my code? When they modified? Why they modified? What they modified? So you can track all these changes. So with this GitHub, the solution available for the both problems. All the developers you can connect with the single repository, can integrate their code, and it is going to monitor all the changes that are happening to the project. Okay, so GitHub is a version control software that is used to integrate all the developers code at one place, and it is going to provide monitoring access also. Are you clear why people will use GitHub in the real time? Are you guys clear with this point? Why people will use GitHub in the real time? Are you guys clear with this one? Are you guys clear with my point? Why people will use GitHub in the real time? Can you guys respond in the chat box? Why people will use GitHub in the real time? Why people will use GitHub in the real time? Come on. To integrate the code at one place and to track the code changes. To integrate all the developers code at one place and to track all the code changes, we are going to use this Git and GitHub concept. Okay, fine. How we are going to work with this Git or GitHub? Environment setup. Environment setup. So first thing, if you want to work with this Git or GitHub, how we need to do the practice? It's not a theoretical workshop, guys. It is 100% practical workshop. So how we are going to work with this GitHub concept? Git is version control software. GitHub is a platform where we are going to store the code. So in order to communicate with this GitHub repository, we are going to use Git client, guys. GitHub is a platform. How we are going to communicate with this Git platform? By using Git client software. By using Git client software, we are going to communicate with the GitHub repository. I will show you the clear difference between Git and GitHub also. As of now, GitHub is a platform where we are going to create the repositories in order to store all the code. How to do this environment setup? So the very first step, you need to create the account in the github.com. github.com website is available. You need to create account that is free of cost. You no need to pay anything for that. Once you create the account in the GitHub, then you can log in into your GitHub account. Now this is my GitHub account. I already logged in. Let me sign out again. Okay. So here github.com website is available. You can go to this github.com website and you can sign up. It is free of cost. You no need to pay anything for that. Okay, if you already have the account, then you can log in into your existing account. I'm already having my account in the GitHub. I will sign in into my account. So I have additional security for my GitHub with the multi-factor authentication. So when I try to log in with my mail ID, it will send one code for me. Okay. So if I enter that code, then only I can log in. 421547. Okay. So with this, I'm able to log in into my GitHub account. Okay. Like this, you can create the free account and you can log in into your GitHub account. Once it is done, so GitHub account is available. Then how to connect with this GitHub, how to create the repositories, how to store the code, how to get the code. For that, we need Git client software. You need to download and install Git client software in your system. Okay. Download and install Git client software in our system. Okay. Now, so just go to Google and type Git client. Okay. Git client to download for Windows. I'm using Windows OS. So Git client download for Windows. It will open one website called gitscm.com. Okay. So this is the URL in order to download Git client software. So here you can download this software for Windows, download for Windows. Here we have two options. Standalone installer is available, portable installer is available, anything is fine. So my OS is 64-bit OS, so I'm downloading 64-bit Git for Windows setup. Then it will download one .exe file. So you just need to double click and install Git client software. Sir, what is this Git client and what is this GitHub? Okay, GitHub is a cloud platform which is used to store our code, and Git client which is used to communicate with the GitHub cloud platform. I downloaded Git client software. Okay, once you download that, as discussed, it is going to give you one .exe file, guys. One .exe file will be available. Just you need to double click on next and finish. Then Git client software will be installed into your system. My Git client is getting installed. You can see here Git client software is installing. Click on install. Yeah. So in my system already Git client available. It is removing the previous Git version and it is going to install latest Git version. So Git is a client software that is used to communicate with the GitHub. So in the GitHub, we are going to create the repository. One repository means for one project. For one project, one repository will be available. In that repository, we are going to store all our project code. Multiple developers will connect with the same repository. They will integrate the code at one place. So the best thing, code integration will become very easy. And the second thing, it will monitor who is making the change, when, why, what. So everything we can track. So without that tracking, that will become very difficult to work with the project. Okay. Git client is one software that is used to communicate with the GitHub repository. Git client is a software that is used to communicate with the GitHub repository. So we created account in the GitHub and I logged in into my GitHub account. So in this GitHub account, we can create the repositories. So how to communicate with that repository? For that reason, I'm downloading Git client. Now, if you see, so developers available in the different locations will connect with this GitHub by using this Git client software. Git client is used to communicate with the GitHub account. In the GitHub account, we are going to create repositories. For one project, one repository will be created. Yeah. So almost done, guys. Installation process is in progress. Yeah. Git client installation is almost completed. This Git client is used to communicate with GitHub repositories. Yes, finished. Okay, click on done. Once you are done with this installation process, now you can check Git client is available or not. So to check that Git client is available or not, you can simply go to your file system. Just go to create one empty folder here. I'm creating a folder called Git practice. So I have a folder Git practice. In that Git practice folder, if you right click, you can see Git bash here. If you click on that Git bash, then Git client software is opened. Okay, Git bash is one Git client. This is a CLI client which is used to communicate with the GitHub repository. So I'm showing once again how to open Git bash. Go to create one folder for your practice purpose. I created a folder called Git practice. So when I right click on my mouse, then it is giving me option Git GUI and Git bash. Git GUI means a client with a graphical user interface, and Git bash means a client with CLI. CLI and GUI. First, let's go with the Git GUI or Git bash. First, I'm going with Git bash. Open Git bash here. Git bash means it is a CLI software which is used to communicate with the GitHub repository. So I opened my Git bash. So once you open Git bash, you need to configure your name and your email in the Git bash. Open Git bash and configure your name and your email, so that you need to introduce yourself to the Git client. So who are you? What is your name? What is your email ID? You need to introduce yourself to the Git. Okay. For that, we need to execute two commands. One is git config username, git config user email. So how to execute these commands, guys? Git config double hyphen global user dot name. So what is your name that you can configure? Okay. Then configure your email also. How to configure? Git config double hyphen global user dot email. You can give your email ID here. Okay, your name and your email ID. So this is one time process in your system. Every day you no need to introduce about yourself to the Git client. So you just need to configure your name and your email ID. So configuring name and email in is just one time process in Git bash. All right. So if you want to perform some operations with that, then you how to do the environment setup. Create account in the github.com. It is free of cost. You no need to pay anything for that. Once your account is ready, then you can download and install Git client software in your system. To download the Git client, I have given one URL for you. Then open Git bash and configure your name and your email using below commands. Okay, git config command you need to execute, and git config with name and email. You can configure your name and your email. So this is one time process in the Git bash. Are you guys clear with environment setup? Are you guys clear with the environment setup? So if you want to do the practicals, if you want to do the practice, so you need to create account in the GitHub. Then you need to download and install Git client software in your system. Once Git client is installed in your system, then open Git bash by using your mouse right click. Then configure your name and your email. Okay, so new folder is not mandatory. From anywhere you can open Git bash. So just new folder I created to store the files. So from any file system, from any folder, you can open Git bash and you can configure your name and email. Configuring the name and email is just one-time process in the Git bash. So with this, I hope you got the clarity. What is GitHub and why we are using this GitHub and how to set up the environment for our practice. What is GitHub? GitHub is a version control cloud platform to store all the code at one place. Why? So code integration will become easy, code monitoring will become easy. It will track all the code changes. How to do the setup? Create account and download and install Git client, configure name and email. So fine. Once this configuration is completed, then next we need to understand what is GitHub repository. Next, we need to understand what is GitHub repository. So what is a repository means? Repository is a place. It is like one folder. Repository is a place, or repository is like a folder which is used to store project to source code. Okay. For every project, one repository will be created. So what is GitHub repository? Repository is a place where we can store project to source code or project related configuration files. For every project, one repository will be created. For one project, one repository will be available. So now you log into GitHub, go to your profile, there is an option called repository option is available. Or else, once you log into the github.com, there is a button called new. New button is available. That means it is used to create the new repository in the GitHub. So you can create any number of repositories. Repository is a place which is used to store all the project source code at one place. All the developers will store the code at one place. Code integration will become easy. Code monitoring will become easy. So now let me go and create one new repository. Click on new button. So this is my GitHub account username and what is the name that you want to give for the repository. I'm giving the name as demo application 1. So you can generally people will give project name as repository name. For example, I'm developing a project for SBI loans application. Okay, SBI loans application we are developing. With the project name, we are going to create the repository name. Then you want to make this repository as a public or you want to make this repository as a private. Public means anyone on the internet can see this repository. So if your repository is a public, people can easily access your repository, but they can't make any changes to your code. They can just watch your repository. They can download your code, but they cannot modify. If you don't want anybody to see your repository, only you should see your repository, then you can make it as a private. So repositories we can create. So one project, one repository, right? So repositories are divided into two types, guys. What are those two types? One is called public repository, another one is called private repository. They have given the description clearly. What is the difference between public repository and private repository? Public repository means anyone on the internet can see this repository. You choose who can commit, who want to modify, who can modify, that you can decide. Anybody can see. Private means you decide who want to see, who can access your repository, who can modify your repository, that you can manage. Okay, public and private. So I'm creating a new repository, SBI loans app. Type I'm giving as public. That's it. Click on create repository. So with this one, repository got created and repository URL also generated. So this is my GitHub repository URL. So this is called project GitHub Git repo URL. So now tomorrow in the company, DevOps team is going to create the GitHub repositories for the project. Okay. So we can create two types of repositories in the GitHub. One is called as public repository. Another one is called private repository. Public means anybody can see, you choose who can commit. Private means you choose who can see and who can commit to your repository. So I created one public repository. This is my repository URL. This is my repository URL. Now, project team members tomorrow, all the developers will connect with the repository by using this repository URL only. So what is GitHub repository? GitHub repository is a place where we can store our project source code. For every project, one Git repository will be created. One GitHub repository will be created. So we, at the time of creating the repository, they are asking, do you want to make it as public? Do you want to make it as private? Public means anybody can see. Private means you decide who can see your repository. You can give access for your repository by using collaborators. Add collaborators to this repository. Now, you are a team lead. You want to give the permission for your team members. Invite collaborators. For your repository, you can add the people. Then they can access your repository. That I will discuss later point of time. How to add collaborators for the repository. Are you clear? What is repository and how to create a repository? Are you guys clear? What is repository and how to create a repository? Okay, fine. So repository got created. Repository got created now. How to work with this repository? How to add the team members, that I will show you. Okay, so team members you can add by using collaborator concept. By using their email ID, you can add your team members to this repository. Add collaborators to this repository by using their GitHub username or by using their email ID. You can invite your collaborators. Collaborators nothing but your team members. Okay, how to add them, that I will show you later point of time. Okay, so with this we understood 2 points, guys. 3 points. So what is GitHub and why? GitHub is a cloud platform which is used to store the project source code at one place. So why we need to use GitHub? Developers will be working from different locations for our project. All the developers code we need to store at one place. That's where GitHub is going to help us for code integration. Easily we can integrate the code at one place. All the developers code we can keep at one place. And next thing, it is going to monitor who made the changes, who, when, why, what, who are making the code changes in the project. Yesterday my code is available. Today my code is not available. I can easily track who removed my code from the project. Who, when, why, what, everything I can track. So the next one, we understood environment setup for practice. You need to create the account in the github.com. It is free of cost. Then you need to download and install Git client software. Git client is used to connect with the GitHub repositories to perform the code integrations. So what is the GitHub repository? What is GitHub repository? GitHub repository is a place where we are going to store all the code. Okay. For one project, we can create one repository. For one project, one repository is sufficient. Okay. And the repositories are two types. One is called public repository. Another one is called private repository. What is the difference? Public means anybody can access. Private means only specific people can access. So you can give the permission for the people to access your repository. So that how to give? By adding them as collaborators. How to add the collaborators to our repository? We will discuss in the coming classes. Okay, today is very first session. Still we are understanding the introduction part. How to add the collaborators? In the upcoming classes, we are going to understand that concept. Are you clear? Are you guys clear with my point? Now, so here, before going to start the practicals on the GitHub, we need to understand Git architecture, guys. How we are going to work with this? What is our Git architecture? So to understand the practicals on the Git, let's understand the Git architecture. So to understand the Git architecture, there are mainly 4 important points. One is working tree. Then second one is called as staging area. Third one is called as local repository. Fourth one is called as central repository. which is also called as the remote repository. So if you want to do the practicals with the GitHub, then you need to get the clarity on these 4 points: working tree, staging area, local repository, and central repository. Are you guys able to follow me? Git repository, Git repo or GitHub repo, both are same. Repository means it is a place which is used to store all the code at one place. Okay, right. So in order to do the practicals, first we need to understand the Git architecture. So to understand the Git architecture, we should know mainly 4 points here. What are those 4 points here? One is working tree, second one is staging area, third one is local repository, and fourth one is central repository. Sir, what is this working tree, staging area, local repository, central repository? Let's understand. So central repository, nothing but the GitHub repository that we created in the github.com. So in the github.com, we created one repository. That repository is called as central repository. Okay. In the github.com, we created one repository. That repository is called as central repository. Okay. This central repository is created in the github.com. For that repository, one URL also generated. For that, one URL also generated. For every project, one repository. For that repository, one URL will be available. All the developers will connect with that repository by using that URL only. Now, so here now assume that one central repository that we have created. So this is my github.com. In that I have account. In that I created central repository. Now this is our system. From this system, we need to integrate our code in the github.com. Now, so this is my system. In this system, here working tree will be available, staging area will be available, local repository will be available. Okay, so mainly 3 important things will be available in our system now when we are working with this GitHub. So what are those things? First one is called as working tree. First one is called as working tree. And the second one is called as staging area. Okay. And the third one is called as local repo. First one is called as working tree. Okay. Second one is called as staging area. Then third one is called as local repository. And one central repository is also available. Now, so as a developer, I'm going to do some code changes in my system. Okay. So I'm a developer now. I want to work with GitHub for my project. So being a developer, I will do some code changes. So in which folder you will create your file. For example, here I'm creating one file, or I'm creating one folder, or I'm creating one file here. For example, demo.java. Okay, in which folder you are going to create your files? This is one folder called Git practice folder. In that folder, I created a file called demo.java. So in which folder you are going to create your files, or you are going to modify your files? That folder is called as working tree. So what is the meaning of working tree? Generally, our project folder is called as working tree. So in which folder you are creating the files and you are modifying the files, in which folder you want to store your project files, that folder we are going to consider as working tree. How to represent one folder as a working tree? How to represent one folder as a working tree? To represent one folder as a working tree, we will use one command called git init command. Git init, git initialization. Okay, I opened my git bash from here, git practice folder. Okay, I opened git bash here, git practice folder. Currently, this folder is empty. In this folder, if I execute git init command, then it is initialized empty Git repository. Okay, Git init. What it is saying? Initializing the Git repository in my folder. So now my folder is called as one Git repository. This is called as working tree. This is called working tree. So in which folder you are performing your operations, that folder is called working tree. How to represent one folder as working tree? By using a command called git init command. So it is used to initialize the folder as a git working tree. Now in this git working tree, I can create a several. One is demo.java. I created one file demo.java, and I'm creating one more file test.java. Demo.java, test.java. So two files are created. So now these two files are new files. Just now I created them in the working tree. What is working tree? From which folder I am trying to perform the operations. So in which folder my project files available, that folder I will consider as working tree. How to represent one folder as working tree? By using a command called git init command. Then in this working tree, I created two Java files, two Java classes I have created. So when you create the files newly, by default, those files are not eligible for commit. Those files are in the unstaging area. Now, once you create the files in the working tree, if you want to send them, you need to add your files from working tree to staging area. If you want to send your files to the central, end of the day, our goal as a developer, we need to store our code in the GitHub central repository. How to store in the central repository? First, I will create the files in the working tree. Then I will add the files to the staging area. How to add the files to the staging area? There is a command called git add command. So now I created 10 files. Out of 10 files, how many files you want to send to the staging area? What is the staging area? This staging area represents which files are eligible for commit. Okay, I created 10. If I want to send all the 10 files to the central repository, I need to add the files to the staging area first. Staging area represents which files are eligible for commit. Currently, my files are not eligible for commit because just now I created them. I have not added them to the staging area. How to add the files to the staging area? By using a command called git add space file name. How to verify which files available in the staging area, which files not available in the staging area? By using a command called git status command. So now if I execute a command called git status command, it will tell me the files are added to staging or files are not added to staging, not added. If the files are displaying in the, if the file names are displaying in the red color, those files are in the unstaging area. Those are not added to staging area. How to add them to staging area? Git add demo.java. That file is added to staging area. What is the meaning of adding to the staging? Making that file eligible for commit. So out of two files, one file I added to staging area. Now check the status of the working tree. Git status. One file is displaying in the green color, another file is displaying in the red color. Green file is nothing but it is added to staging area. Red color nothing but not added to staging area. So what is git init, git add, git status? Git init. It is used to initialize empty git repository or it is used to initialize working tree. Then once you create the files in the working tree, how to add them to the staging? Git add command. How to check the status of your working tree or staging area? Git status command. Git status command will tell you which files are added to staging area, which files are not added to staging area. Once files are added to staging area, then you need to commit the files from staging area to local repo. To commit the files to the local repo, the command is git commit. What is the command we are using to commit the files from staging area to local repo? Git commit command. So directly you cannot commit the files from your working tree to the central repository. So once you create the files in the working tree, add the files to the staging area, then commit the files to the local repository by using git commit command. Once the files are committed to the local repository, then you can send the files from local repository to central repository by using a command called git push command. What is the command we need to use to send the files from local repository to central repository? Git push command. So every developer should follow this process in order to perform code integration in the project. So developer will use one system. In that system, developer will set up a working tree. He will create the files in the working tree. Then he will add the files to the staging area. He will check the status of the staging area. If the files are available in the staging area, he will commit the files from staging area to local repository by using git commit command. Once the files are committed to the local repository, then we can push those files to the central repository by using git push command. Okay, git init, git add, git status, git commit, git push. What is git init? Which is used to initialize working tree. What is git add? Add the files from the working tree to staging area. What is git status? It is used to verify which files are added to staging, which files are not added to staging. Then git commit. What is the purpose? Send the files from staging area to local repository. Then what is git push? Send the files from the local repository to central repository. What is a central repository? Central repository will be available in the github.com. So all the developers will have the access for central repository. In our project, all the developers will have the access for central repository. So I will send my code to central repository. Other developers also will send their code to central repository. Like this, all the developers' code will be integrated at one place. Are you clear? Working tree, staging area, local repository, central repository. Central repository is also called as remote repository. Central repository we can also call as remote repository, guys. Are you clear with my point now? Are you guys clear with my point now? Come on. Remote repository and central repository both are same. Central repository, some people will also call it as a remote repository. What is working tree, guys? Can you guys type in the chat box? What is working tree? What is working tree in this architecture? Project folder. Generally, we can consider that as a project folder where all our files will be available, that we can consider as a working tree. Then what is the staging area? Staging area is the intermediate area. What is the staging area? That is used to represent which files are eligible for commit. Okay. So how many files you created, and out of those, how many files you want to commit? Out of 10, how many files you want to commit? Which files you want to commit right now? You can add those files to the staging area. Once the files are added to staging area, then only those files are eligible for committing to the local repository. So what is local repository? In our system, GitHub will maintain one repository. In our system, GitHub will maintain one repository. The complete copy of the repository will be maintained in our system. That is called distributed repository management concept. So the local repository in your system itself, all the changes will be available. Then once the changes in the local, so if you want to send them to the central means remote repository, every team member can access. So to send the changes from your local repository to central repository, then you need to use a command called git push command. Git init, git add, git status, git commit, git push. Are you clear with my point? Now, so let me perform this operation from my folder. Git practice folder. Let me delete everything from my git practice folder. So I created a new repository. Whenever you create a new repository, first time they will give you some commands here. Okay. So once you create the repository, just to copy this script, guys. So these are the initial commands they're giving. Echo command, which is used to create a file, readme.md, git init command, add the readme.md, git commit command, git branch command, remote origin command, push command. Okay, so first time, if you are new to this GitHub repository concept, if you want to send the first file to the remote repository, you no need to by heart the commands. They are only giving the commands for you to make your first operation in the GitHub. So echo, this is used to create one file. You can remove this, you can add your file also. Okay, git init, initialize that folder as a working tree. Git add, which file you want to add to the repository. If you want to add all the files, git add. Dot means in this folder, what all the files available, you can add all those files to the git staging area, demo.java, test.java. Then git commit. Why are you committing? So commit means send the files from your staging area. First git init, initialize working tree. Add the files to the staging area. Then git commit. Commit the files from your staging area to local repo. So this branch command I will explain later. Remote add origin. So whatever the files you are having in the staging area or local repository, you need to send them to the central repository. In the GitHub, there are so many repositories available. In my account only, 131 repositories are available. 131 projects available in my GitHub account. So for every project, one repository. So in these 131 repositories, your code should go to which repository? From the local repository, you need to send the code to the central. So what is your central repository? That central repository URL we are configuring by using remote add command. Git remote add command we are using to send the files from our local repository to central repository. In the central repository, 130 plus repositories are available. So to which central repository you want to send it. Okay, so that's why we are going to use git remote add command to add central repository URL to the local repository. Once you configure the central repository URL, then you can use git push command to push your files from local repository to central repository. Are you guys clear with my point? People are sending some questions. I will give the time for you to ask all your questions, guys. Don't worry. At the end of the session, I will give 10-15 minutes of time to ask all your questions. Okay. So here I have created one Git repository in the github.com that is called my central repository. Now I want to send the files from my local system to central repository. To send the files from the local system to central repository, we need to follow some architecture. So working tree, staging area, local repository. What is working tree? Working tree represents our working folder where you will create the files and modify the files. Basically, our project folder will be called as working tree. So in that working tree, once you create the files or modify the files, which files you want to commit, you need to add them to the staging area. Staging area is an intermediate area. It represents which files actually you are committing. Okay. So here to initialize working tree, init command. To add the files from the working tree to staging area, git add command. To check which files are added to staging area, git status command. Then, so the files which are added to staging area, only those files we can commit it to the local repository by using a command called git commit command. So once the files are committed to local, they are in our system only. They, if you want to send them to central remote repository available in the github.com, then you need to use git push command. Git init to initialize working tree. Git add to add the files from the working tree to staging area. Staging area represents which files eligible for commit. So to commit the files from staging to local repository, git commit command. Then to send the files from local repository to remote repository, git push command. Okay, so when you create the repository, by default they are going to give you some script. Okay, so first time you don't need to make any changes here. You simply execute this script, guys. Git init, git add. This is one file that I'm creating. Then git add, git commit, branch command. I'm not talking about this right now. We will talk about the git branches tomorrow. And remote add. Add the remote repository URL. Then git push. Just go to this folder. Just go to the folder where the git bash is available. Simply execute all these commands as it is. First time. Okay. Just I copied the commands which are given by this GitHub repository. When you create new repository, these are the commands it is giving. Just to copy this as it is, paste here and execute. Okay, fine. So with this, I'm able to do some changes in my GitHub repository. My push is successful. I'm able to push my changes to GitHub repository. One empty file will be created. If you refresh now, there is a file called readme.md file is available. Now, here I have demo.java, test.java. So check the status of those files now. The status, git status. Now those files are eligible for commit. Those files are not eligible for commit, guys. By looking at the file color, can you tell me those files are eligible for commit? Those files are not eligible for commit now. Not eligible for the commit. How to make them eligible for commit? How to make these files eligible for commit? I need to add them to staging area. How to add them to staging area? Git add file name demo.java. Git add demo.java. One file I added to staging area. One file is in the staging area. One file is in the unstaging area. Now, so I added one file to staging demo.java. Then commit. Git commit. Okay. Why are you committing? You need to give the message also. Git commit -m, git commit -m. Why are you committing? Java file added. Okay. With this I committed. When I commit the file, file will go to local repository or file will go to central repository. When I commit a file, it will go to local or it will go to central. It will go to local only. How to send the files to the central repository? By using a command called git push command. When I use git push, my files will go from the local repository to central repository. Now go to the central repository and refresh. Now can you see my file is added in the central repository demo.java. Can you see my file is added to the central repository demo.java. Similarly, can I do this operation once again? Now check the git status command test.java. What is the status of this file, guys? Test.java. Is it added to staging? Not added to staging? Not added to staging. How to add the files to the staging area now? Git add test.java. Git add test.java. Now check the status again. Git status. New file, that is test.java, not added to the staging area. Added to the staging area. So if you want to remove from the staging, they are giving the suggestion. If you use git restore command, you can unstage the file. So if your file is in the working tree, add to the staging. By mistake, if you add to the staging, then you can unstage also by using this git restore command. We'll talk about that later. Now, my file is added to staging area, git status. If you want, you can unstage also. I want to commit. Git commit -m. What are you doing? Test file added. Okay. -m represents message. Commit message. Why are you committing? What is the reason for the commit? You need to add. Commit -m. Commit message is done. Okay. Once it is committed, then you can see Git status. Boss, you have done one local commit. You need to push to publish your local commits to the central repository. You have done one commit to the local, but you have not pushed it to the central. Use Git commits. So I'm using git push command. So my changes will be pushed from local repository to central repository. Earlier only demo.java file available in the github.com. Now if I refresh, test.java also available in the github.com. One file I pushed 2 minutes ago, another file I have pushed just now. Are you able to understand today is very basic concept that we understood. So we are going to spend another 2 to 3 days to understand the complete GitHub and complete commands, how to work with the GitHub. Today is very first session, introduction, very basic operation I have performed on the GitHub. I created one GitHub repository and I pushed my files to the central repository by using 5 commands. Init command, add command, status command, commit command, push command. How to do this from the IDE like Eclipse, IntelliJ and all. That also I'm going to show you. How to work with Git bash. First we are going to discuss this. Then later point of time I will show you how to perform these operations directly from the IDE also. You got my point, guys? Yeah. Are you guys clear with this one? So my 29 JRTP people, I want one person to share the screen and do this practice in the live session now. Who is having the GitHub account? Who want to share the screen and do this live practice in the class in your system? 29 JRTP people who want to share the screen and who want to do this live practice in the class? Can you respond in the chat box? Ram. Mr. Ram, are you interested? Ram J. Ram, can you unmute your mic now?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Ram. You joined from the laptop, right?
Yes,
You have GitHub account?
yes, I have.
Yeah, please share your screen. Guys, all of you observe. Ram is going to do the live practice. Whatever I have done in the class, Ram will do in his system now. Ram is sharing his screen. Okay,
I hope
Ram,
my
delete
screen
everything
is
from
clear.
here. I
Yeah,
want you to create a new repository and do the practice. Delete everything.
yeah, I will create a new folder over here.
Yeah, create a new folder. Git practice. Anything. Folder name can be anything. That's not important. Okay. Now go to github.com. Create a new repository. Go to github.com. Github.com. Yeah. Go and create a new repository. Click on new repositories. Click on new. Yeah. Give the repository name as something. Ashok IT. Anything. Okay. So that is going to be your project name. Yeah. Click on public. That's it. Create repository. Now copy this script. First one. Complete. Copy everything. Complete. Till
Complete.
go. You can use this icon to copy. Right side there
Yeah,
is icon. Click on
sure,
that.
sure.
You will copy. Yes. Now go to that folder. Open Git bash. Yeah. Paste it. Then enter. Init command, add command, commit command is available. Right. It is trying to push. So he already used git bash in his system. That's why it is not asking for the password. When you use this for first time, it will ask for the password. Okay. Now create one file with a name called anything. Any file you can create, new, any file. abc.txt, test.txt, test, abc, that's it. Enter. Already txt available for your file. Yeah. Text file is created. Now go to git bash. Clear the screen. Clear. Execute git status. Guys, you can see the file. abc.txt file is available in the red color. It is unstaged. Stage that file. Git add file name. No. Not double quotes, just file name. Git add space file name. abc.txt. Enter. File is added to staging area. Now git status. Good. Now the file name is displaying in the green color. That means file is added to staging area. Now commit that file. Git commit -m message. Why are you committing? -m, just practice. Anything you can give. Commit message. Yeah, enter. Now do the git push. Push is used to send the files from the local repository to central repository. Git push, that's it. Yes, push is completed. Go to GitHub repository and verify. Refresh. Your file will be available. Yes. He pushed a file with a name called abc.txt. So the push got successful. The file is available in the central repository. Now anybody can access that file from the central repository because this repository is public. Anybody can see that repository. So what is GitHub? GitHub is a platform which is used to store all the developers' code at one place. As discussed in the last session, in a project, multiple developers will be available and those developers will be working from different locations, guys. Some people are working from Hyderabad location, some people are working from Bangalore, some people from Chennai. Like that, developers will be working from different locations. When the developers are working from different locations, then how we need to integrate all the developers code at one place. Code integration is one of the challenging tasks in the project. So that's why we need one central repository where we can store all the code. So code integration is one problem in the real time. And the second problem, as multiple people working on the same project, I will modify your code, you will modify my code. Okay, then we need to understand who is making code changes in the project, when they are making, why they are making, in a Java program, where they are making the change, who, when, why, what, where. So we should be able to track all those changes also. So these to resolve these two problems, we are going to use version control software like GitHub. So Git is a version control software and GitHub is a platform. So to communicate with the GitHub repository, we are using Git client software. Git is a client which is used to communicate with the GitHub. In the GitHub, we are going to create a repository. The repository we are creating in the GitHub, that repository is called as central repository. Okay, what is the meaning of repository? Repository is a place where we are going to store project related files. Project related code will be stored into one repository. For one project, we are going to create one repository. The repository that we are creating in the GitHub, that is called as central repository. Central repository is also called as remote repository also. You can create the repositories in the GitHub. First you need to create account in the GitHub. Once you have account in the GitHub, then you can create a repository. How many types of repositories you can create in the GitHub, guys?
You can make the repository as a public, or you can make the repository as a private also. What is the difference between public repository and private repository? What is the difference between public and private? Public means anybody can see our repository. Private means limited people can see our repository, guys. Fine. So now here, yesterday we created a repository also. Let me log in first. Right. I logged in into my GitHub account. There are 131 repositories available in my GitHub. So yesterday also we created one repository and we pushed our changes to the repository. When we want to push the changes to the repository, we need to know the architecture of that. We created account in the GitHub. We downloaded client software and we are able to communicate with the repository also. When you are using Git Bash for first time, you need to configure your name and email. You need to introduce about yourself to the GitHub. That is one time process. Then we created a repository, public repository, anybody can see. For every repository, one URL will be available like this. Team members will use that URL in order to connect with the repository. Then to work with the GitHub, you need to know the architecture. Central repository will be available, local repository will be available, staging area will be available, working tree will be available. So what is the meaning of working tree? So in which folder your project files will be available, that is called working tree. How to represent one folder as a working tree? By using git init command. Okay, it is used to initialize working tree. I want to represent one folder as my project folder. I want to perform all my operations from that folder only. To initialize one folder as a repository, we will use a command called git init command to initialize working tree. If you want to know the status of your working tree, then you can use a command called git status command, display files status, like which files are staged and which files are unstaged. Those things we can identify by using git status command. Then the files are by default unstaged, not eligible for commit. How to make the files eligible for commit? Git add command. What is the purpose of this? Add files to staging area. You can add particular file only. You can give the name of the file. Which file you want to add to the staging area. With the file name, you can add it. I want to add all the files at a time. Git add dot. Dot represents current working directory. In the current working directory, what all the new files available or modified files available, I want to add them to the staging area at a time. One by one you can add, all you can add at a time also. If you want to add one by one, git add file name. Okay, you need to specify the name of the file. If you want to add multiple files at a time, if you want to add multiple files at a time, git add space dot we are going to use. Then next up, after adding files to the staging area, we should commit the file to the local repository available in our system. How to commit the files to the local repository? Git commit command. Okay, commit staged files to local repo. In our system only, local repository will be available. When you are doing a commit, you need to give commit message -m. Why are you doing this commit? Is it any task related commit? Is it related to bug fix? Is it related to CR? Is it related to enhancement? Why are you committing your changes? What is the reason? So if it is related to one task, Jira number will be available. You need to specify this commit related to story number 1234. This commit related to bug fixing 357. Okay. What is the reason for the commit? That you need to provide as a commit message. Once you have done the commit, your changes will go to only local, not to the central. How to send the changes from local to the central. For that, we use a command called git push command, publish local commits to central repo. Central repository nothing but remote repository which is available in the github.com. So GitHub is a cloud platform. It is providing the storage. It is providing the storage to store your project source code. Along with the storage, it is providing monitoring access also. Who modified, when modified, what modified, why modified, everything you can track by using this GitHub repository. Then what is Git? Git is a client which is used to communicate with the GitHub. Where the actual code will be available? Actual code will be available in the GitHub. Then how to communicate with the GitHub? By using Git client software. What is the difference between Git and GitHub? Git is a client which is used to communicate with the GitHub. What is a GitHub? It is a storage. It is a platform where you can create the repositories. What is the meaning of repository? What is the meaning of repository? Repository is a place where we can store project source code with monitored access. How many types of repositories you can create? Two types. One is called public repository. Another one is private repository. What is the difference between public and private? Public means anyone can access. Private means you can give the permission to access your repository. Are you clear with my point? Good. Now, let me create the repository once again. Yesterday, I created one repository, SBI Loans app. Now, I want to create one more repository. Go to repositories. There is an option called new. Click on new. Name for the repository, HDFC Loans Application. You can give any name. Generally, people will give project name for the repository name. Description, repository type I am giving as public. Don't add this file. Later you can add this file. Click on create just name of the repository public and click on create repository. One empty repository I have created. It is a empty. There is nothing available. Now, if you want to store your code to this repository, blindly you copy this code and you execute that code. You copy these commands and you execute these commands. You understand what are the commands available? Echo, it is used to create one file. It is creating one file with a name called readme.md. Sir, what is this readme.md? This file is used to specify description about the repository. What is your repository? Why you are creating this? How to execute this project? That information we will keep in the readme.md. Readme means it will give information about our repository. For every repository, readme file will be available. It is like a user manual. So when you purchase a product, you will get a manual how to use that product. Similarly, when you create a repository, in that repository, we will add a file readme.md. What will be there in the readme.md? Information regarding our repository. Suppose if it is a Java project, how to execute that project, what port number that project will use. Suppose if it is Angular project, how to execute that Angular project. The description about the repository will be available in the readme file. So here we are writing this message to readme file. Then git init command. What is the purpose of init? Come on, what is the purpose of init? To initialize the folder as a Git repository. Then what is this git add command? By default, we are creating a file. By default, file will be in the unstaging area. How to add the file to staging area? Git add command. Then git commit. What is the purpose of commit? Commit the changes to local repository. Whatever the files you added to staging area, those files you can commit to local repository. Then branch available, we don't know. Later point of time, we will talk about that. What is this command now? What is this command now? Git remote add origin. What is the purpose of this command? What is the purpose of git remote add command? It is used to specify central repository URL. In my GitHub account, 130 repositories available. These files should be committed to which is central repository. That central repository URL we are configuring in the working tree. Our working tree is having some files. When I push to which repository they should go. In the central, there are so many repositories available. So we need to establish link between working tree and central repository. In this working tree, if I push anything, it should go to particular central repository. That central repository URL we are adding to our working tree. Then we are using git push command. What is the purpose of git push command? Come on. What is the purpose of git push? To push our local commits to central repository. So copy this script, guys. Copy this script, go to one folder and execute it. Okay. Here I'm creating one folder with a name called GitLab, right? Git practicals we are doing. So here currently I don't have anything. It is empty. Let me open git bash here. Git bash is a CLI to perform git operations. GitHub operations I can do from this CLI. My git bash is open, paste. I added my commands here. Echo, I'm creating one file. I'm initializing the repository, adding the file to staging area, committing, adding the remote repository URL, and I'm doing git push also. Execute. Initialized empty git repository. Okay. Create mode. Files are pushed to my central repository. Which file pushed to central repository? readme.md file. Now go to this, refresh. Now you can see that in my repository, one file is added. What is the name of the file? readme.md. What is readme? Description about our repository. Okay. Now, so by default, you got one folder called .git folder. In that, there will be a file called config file. In that config file, if you see, remote repository URL is configured. Okay. So this working tree is linked with a particular remote repository. That information will be available in the .git folder. In the .git folder, config file available. In the config file, the linking is available. Okay. When you execute git init, by default, this folder will be created. Okay. You don't need to create manually. When you execute git init, by default, .git folder will be created. In that folder, config file will be available. In that config file, you can see the remote repository URL is configured. So what is the meaning of that? My working tree is related to that remote repository. When you do the git push from this folder, those changes will go to this remote repository URL. That is the link between working tree and remote repository. When that link will be established, whenever you execute this git remote add command, the link will be established. When you execute git init command, .git folder will be created. Are you clear with my point? Yes, I will show you that practically. Let me delete this. Now I don't have .git. Okay, I deleted. Now go to git bash and check this. Currently my folder is empty. There is no .git folder here. Now let me execute git init. Now, can you see that? When the .git folder got created, when I execute git init command, that folder got executed. Just a folder got created. Now go inside this and go to config file, open this file. Now, is there any remote repository URL in this file now? Remote repository, just we initialized one empty repository. When you execute init command, empty repository will be initialized. When you execute these two commands, git branch command and git remote command, git branch, git remote command I have executed. Now go to config folder, config file. Now can you see remote repository URL configured? So what is the remote add command? It is used to configure remote repository URL with our working tree. Why should we configure remote repository URL with working tree? So in the working tree, files we are creating, we are modifying. End of the day, we need to send our files to remote. In the remote, the URL will be available. That URL we are configuring in the config file. So when you execute these commands, that process will happen. Are you clear with my point? Right. Now, I am going to delete this again. Everything I'm going to delete from this here. Complete script I will execute again. So when I execute complete script again, what will happen? README file will be created, then init will be available, commit and branch, the files will be added to our central repository. Rejected. The reason, some changes are available because already we have done that once, so that's why it is rejected. Git branch. Okay, let me do this. I will delete this repository, guys. Go to settings, go here and delete this repository. I want to delete name of the repository, delete it. Now create a new repository. The repository name I'm giving as HDFC loans application public. Create it. Yes, by default this script is coming. Copy this script and go to this folder, delete everything. It is empty now. Okay, clear this and paste it. Execute. Yeah, so with this we are able to push the changes to our repository. Now I want to create one new file. Okay, touch command I can use to create one empty file. Touch demo.java and touch, I will create one more thing, user.java, touch employee.java. Three files I have created by using touch command. Now go and check it here. In my working tree, there are three Java files available. So how to check the status of our working tree, guys? By using get status. By looking at the color name, by looking at the file name color, you can tell status of the file. That file is in the staging area or that file is in the unstaged area. File is in the staging or file is in the unstaging now. No need to write the notes. I will give these notes. Okay. What is the status of the file now? Unstaged. What is the meaning of unstaged? Not eligible for commit. The file is not eligible for commit. Can we add these files to staging area? You can add one by one. You can add all at a time. How to add the file one by one? Git add demo.java. Out of three files, I'm adding one file to the staging area. Yes, added. Now check the status again. See the color. One file color is in the green and two files are in the red. Green means that file is added to staging area. Red means file is not added to staging area. Now if I do the commit, three files will be committed or one file will be committed. The files which are in the staging area, only those files will be committed to central or local. Yes, they will be committed to local. So how to do this? Git commit -m. Okay, Java file added. Commit message. You can give something like this. Jira story. HDFC, right? HDFC, some story completed. So I completed some task related to that Jira story number. You can give that message. That is a commit message. Git commit completed. Now you can check the status. Okay, what it is saying. You have done one local commit, but you did not push. Commit is done only in the local. You did not push to the central. And two files are still in the unstaging area. Now I want to push my local commit to central repo. How to do that? I want to push my local commit to central repo by using git push. By using git push, I want to push my changes to central repo. Now refresh it. Can you see demo.java? Commit message is available. just now committed. Whenever you do commit, it will generate one commit ID for tracking. Who committed, when committed, why committed, what committed, everything you can track by using commit ID. For every local commit, one commit ID will be generated. Now, you can check the commit history also by using a command called git log command. What is the command available? Git log command available. It will tell you commit history. First time I committed at 10:08. Today, Thursday, April 17 at 10:08 I committed. Author, we configure our name, we configure our email ID by using config command. That will display which person committed this commit, who has done this commit, and when they done this commit, why they have done this commit, who, when, why, what. Everything you can track by using this git log. First time I committed readme file. Then second time I committed Java file. Two times I have done the commits. So for every commit, one commit ID will be generated. So this is a commit ID, first commit ID. This is second commit ID. Two times I have done the commit. Now let me check my working tree status. How to check the status? Come on. By using git status. Your branch is up to date with main. Boss, you don't have any commits in the local. Whatever commits you already pushed. There is nothing to commit at this moment. Okay. But there are two files untracked. Two files available. They are not added to staging area. Those are untracked files. Now tell me how to add them to staging area. Both I want to add at a time. Git add dot. Okay. Now check git status. What happened? Two files are added to staging area. Can we commit them? Can we commit them? How? How to commit them? Git commit -m. I'm giving this is my third commit, or I can say bug fix number. Okay, I have done the fix for that bug. That is the commit message I am giving. Once you have done the commit, then git push. Whatever commits you have done, those commits will be pushed to central repository. Now go to central repository and refresh. Now can you see this? All the three files available. So just now I have committed. Okay, these are two files I committed at a time. This is my first commit. This is my second commit. This is my third commit. Total three commits I have done. How to check the commit history? How to check the commit history? Git log. So this is one commit, this is one commit, this is one commit. So total I have done three commits now. Are you able to follow this? Okay, good. Now let me go and make some changes to Java class. User.java. Just I am writing this class user. That's it. It is an empty file I committed. Now I have done some code changes to the file. I have done some code changes to the file. Now check it, git status. What it is saying now? Come on, git status. What it is saying? One file is not staged for commit. Boss, you have done some changes to this file called user.java. Earlier, my file is empty. Now I added class declaration in the file. I have done some changes to the file. Content I modified. When I check the git status, it is saying file is modified. Now, there are two options available for you now. Okay, first option, can you read this one? What they are saying? Use git add command. What is the purpose of git add command? What is the purpose of git add command? To add the file to the staging area. Git add command is used to add the file to staging area. What is the second command? Come on. Use git restore to discard changes in the working tree. That means whenever you modify the file, there are two options. Either you can add the file to staging area, or you can restore the changes. Whatever the changes you have done, you can remove those changes from the file also. Read those two commands. So my file is modified. I can add the file to staging area, or I can restore my file. If I use git restore file name, whatever the changes I made to the file, those changes will be removed from the file. Now let's try. So user.java class declaration is available. Let me use git restore user.java. Now go to this file. Is there anything available in the file now? What happened to the file? It has restored the changes available in the file. Now again, check the status. What is the status of the file now? Nothing. Whatever the change I have done, I restored my change. Now everything is clean in the working tree. Okay. Now let me write the class declaration again. So what is the purpose of restore command? It is used to discard the changes from our working tree. It is used to discard the changes from working tree. Okay, let me write it. Class user, integer I is equal to 10. I have done some changes to the file. Now go here, git status. What is the status of the file? What is the status of the file? Come on. The file is unstaged or file is staged? Staged or unstaged? Unstaged. So what you can do with the file now? You can stage or you can restore. What is the stage? Making the file eligible for commit. Staging means we are making the file eligible for commit. What is restore? Remove the changes from the file. Whatever the latest changes we have done, you can remove the changes from the file. Okay, git add user.java. Now go for git status. Go for git status. Now, what they are saying, by mistake, if you stage, can you unstage the file also? Can you unstage the file also? Already file is in the staging area, but now I don't want to commit. I want to come back. I want to unstage the file. How to unstage this file? Git restore double hyphen staged file name. What is the file name? User.java. So here git restore is a polymorphism related command, right? When the file is in the staging, git restore will unstage the file. When the file is in the unstaging, it will remove the changes from the file. One command, two things. So it depends on current status of the file. When you execute restore command, what is going to happen? That it depends on current status of the file. If the file is in the staging area, restore will do unstaging. If the file is in the unstaging area, restore will remove the changes from the file. Are you getting my point? Yes. Now see this. What is the current status of the file? Current status of the file is unstaged. If I use restore, what will happen? If I use restore, what will happen? Changes will be deleted from the file. File will become normal. Okay. Now, git add user.java. Now check the status. What is the status of the file? File is in the staging. Can I do the unstaging also? Can I do unstaging also? How to do the unstage now? Again, restore. They are only giving the suggestion how to unstage the file. I want to commit the file. Come on. I want to commit the file. Git commit. Directly can I use git commit? If I use git commit, it will open an editor to write a message. So that's why you give -m message. Go to insert mode. So this is okay. Java class added. close that file. WQ, VI editor will open. If you use a just commit, VI editor will open. So instead of that, what you need to do? Give -m message. Commit is completed. Check the status. Commit is completed. Where the commit is completed? Local or central? Local. How to publish to the central? Come on. By using git push command. Now the changes will go to central repository. Okay. Now go to the central repository. Refresh it. Yeah. User.java. Can you check my code is available in the repository now? Whatever the changes I have done in the working tree, I added to staging area. From the staging, I committed to local repository. From the local repository, I push it to central repository. Now, all the team members can access my code also. All the developers will do the same operation. All the developers code will be integrated in the central repository. Okay. If you want to check who modified, when modified, why modified, you can go for git log command. It is going to give you commit history also. Are you clear with my point? Very good. Next one. Here I added 3 Java files. After some time, we realized that demo.java file is not required. I want to delete that file from the repository. Okay. So if you go here and delete the demo.java, it is deleted from only working tree. But actually where we need to delete the file? From the central. If you want to delete any file from the central repository, if you want to delete any file from the central repository, for that we will use a command called git rm. What is the command? Git rm. Before that, check the git status. What is the status now? All commits completed. Working tree is clean. I don't have anything to do now. Now I am going to delete a file called demo.java by using which command? Git rm. Git rm demo.java. Execute. So then we are going to execute a command called git status. The file is deleted by using rm command. If you just use rm, file is deleted from the local, but the file deleted from the central, not deleted from the central. File deleted from the central, not deleted from the central. No, but file deleted from the local. After you are executing git rm command, file is deleted, your delete is added to staging, you need to do git commit -m demo file deleted. Demo file deleted, then you do git push. Then that file will be deleted from the central. So if you execute git rm, after the rm, you need to execute commit and push. So if you use rm, it will delete from only working tree. How to delete from central? You commit that and you push that. Then the file will be deleted from central repository also. Are you clear? Now check the commit history. How to check the commit history again? By using a command called git log command. What the git log will tell you? What are the changes you have done? Git commit, recent commit, file is deleted. For every commit, one commit ID will be generated. These all are the commits we have done in the Git repository, GitHub repository. So what is the purpose of git rm command, guys? Come on, git restore we have seen. What is git restore? To unstage plus to discard file changes. It is a multi-purpose. If the file is in the staging area, that is going to unstage the file. If the file is in the unstaging area, it will discard the changes from the file. Then we have seen a command called git log command. What is the purpose of git log? To display commit history. Git log command is used to display commit history. Then what is git rm? To remove file. Okay. Now remember, after git rm, we need to commit and push. After git rm execution, we need to execute, commit and push to delete file from central repository. If you use only rm, it will be deleted from working tree, only from working tree. How to delete from the central? You commit and you push your changes, then your file will be deleted from central repository also. Are you clear with my point? Yes, tell me. What is git init command? It is used to initialize working tree. What is git status command? Display working tree status. Which files added to staging area? Which files not added to staging area? Git add command. Git add command. Add the files to staging area. You can add one file. You can add multiple files at a time. What is git commit command? What is git commit command? Commit the files to local repo along with a message. Why are you committing? Give the message. Git push command. Come on. Publish local commits to central repository. Git restore command. To unstage the file and also to discard the file changes. Git log command. What is git log command? Which is used to display commit history. Git rm command to remove the files. When you use only git rm, what will happen? If you use only rm, then what will happen? It will delete only from the local. How to delete from the central also? How to delete from the central also? Which is used to delete the files from central repository. We need to commit and push as well. Are you clear with my point? Any questions as of now? Able to understand the commands? When you go for interview, they will ask questions related to these commands only. What is git status command? What is git push command? What is git pull command? What is git init command? What is git commit command? Difference between push command and pull command? What is merge command? What is rebase command? What is branch command? So when you attend an interview, they will ask questions related to git commands only. What is local repository? What is central repository? What is the difference between working tree, staging area, local repo, central repo? These are very, very important topics. Okay, fine. Next one, suppose, assume that what we have done as of now, we created one new repository. We are committing our files to the new repository. For example, assume that your project already started 5 months back. Today you joined in the project. Already project started. Team already working on the project. Some coding already completed. Today we joined in the project. Now, do we need to create the new repository or we need to use the existing repository? Already they are working from last 5 months. You are new to the project. Repository already available. How you can work with the existing repository? Today and yesterday, I created a new repository. I pushed files to the new repository. Suppose if the repository already available in the GitHub, how can we work with the repository? Now, let me take one project. Okay. So one product API is available. This is one REST API developed by Spring Boot. Okay. Product API is available. Project is already available. Project is already available. How can we take this project? In order to take this project, guys, the first thing, go to your repository. There is an option called code option. Then copy the URL. Copy the repository URL. I copy the URL. I get the URL like this. In the github.com, Ashok IT School GitHub account, in my GitHub account, this is my GitHub repository. So this is the URL of the repository. I want to download central repository to my local. Already the repository available, somebody created, they are working. Some code is already available in the repository. I need to take the existing repository, guys. To take the existing repository, we will use a command called git to clone command. What is that command? Git a clone command. Git to clone, nothing but take the copy of the repository. Cloning means a copy. In the Java object class, clone method is available. What is the purpose? Create the copy of the object. Similarly, repository is already available. You clone the repository. You copy the repository from the central to your local. Are you clear with my point? Now go to your system. In my folder, anything available now? Empty. Now I am going to use git to clone. Git to clone repository URL. Cloning project into our local. It cloned the project into our local. Now you check it. I got the project from central to local. In this project, already the code is available. README file available, pom.xml available, Docker file available, Jenkins file available, Kubernetes file available, source code is also available. So I am able to download the project from central to local. Which command I have used for that, guys? Which command I have used for that? Git clone command to download central repository to local. Okay. So what is the syntax we will use? Git to clone repository URL. Git to clone repository URL. So tomorrow when you join in the project, they will give you repository URL, project repository URL. You need to clone that repository to your local by using a command called git clone command. Are you clear with my point? Now, after doing the cloning, go inside the project, cd space project directory. Okay, currently I cloned my project in the GitLab folder, but actual project is available in the product API. So I should go inside the folder. That is my working tree. Wherever .git folder is available, that is called your working tree. Currently my git bash pointing to working tree, not pointing to working tree, not pointing to working tree. How to go inside the directory? cd space project name, which is product API. Now I am inside the project directory. Now check the git status. What it is saying? When you clone the repository, directly it is initialized the working tree also. Now I am executing git status command. What it is saying with the git status? Up to date. It is up to date. Now go to here, make some changes to the file. Docker file is available. Let me make some changes to this Docker file. Working tree user app expose. Now from, let me write maintainer, something like this. I have done some changes to the file. Where I have done the changes? In the working tree, I have done the changes. Okay. Now let me check git status. What it is saying? What it is saying now? File is modified. File is in the staging area or file is in the unstaging area? Staging area or unstaging area? Unstaging area. How to add the file to staging area? Come on. Either I can add the file to staging area or I can restore the file. If I do restore, what will happen? Changes will be removed. Git add file name, Docker file. Okay, file is added to staging. Check the status now. Git status. File is modified. Docker file is available in the staging. Can I unstage? Can I unstage? Yes. What is the command? Git restore. I want to commit. How to commit? Git commit -m. I will say Docker file updated. Git commit -m. Commit message. I'm saying that Docker file updated. Yes, commit completed. Now, when I do the commit, go and check here in the Docker file, my change is available or my change is not available. My change available or my change not available? Not available. Why then change is not available? I have done the just commit and I need to push. So when you do the commit, changes will go to only local. How to send the changes from local to central? Yes, use git push. Git push command. My changes will be pushed to central repository. Okay, refresh. Now can you see my latest change is updated in the central. How I am taking the existing repository to my system? How I am downloading the existing repository from central to local? What is the command? What is the command I'm using? I'm using a command called git clone command. Are you clear with my point? Okay. So fine. When I have done the git commit and push, my changes are pushed to central repository. So what is the status of my working tree? What is the status of my working tree? Come on. Up to date. Up to date. Working tree is clean. Okay. So here, assume that in our project, other developers available, they have done the changes to Jenkins file, Docker image push. Here K8s deployment is available. They changed it that to Kubernetes deployment. They updated something in the Jenkins file. We don't know what is Jenkins. Forget about that. In the future, we will learn the Jenkins. Okay. So here, commit the changes. So the file is modified. Jenkins file modified in the central repository, modified by other developer. That change available in my local, that change is not available in my local. Change available in the local, change not available in the local. Change is not available in the local. Other developer has done the change for my repository in the central. Now, I want to take latest changes from central repository to my working tree. You got my point? So earlier, project is not available in my system. I downloaded complete project by using clone command. Now project available in my system. Only latest changes I want to take. So to take the latest changes from central to local, we will use a command called git pull command. What is the difference between clone and pull? Clone to download entire project. Pull to download only latest changes happened in the central. Other developers code changes I want to take into my local. Then you can go for pull command. As of now, in my system, Jenkins file, line number 32, it is available as K80s. But in the central, that file is having, instead of K80s, it is available as Kubernetes. They have done some change to the file in the central. I want to download only latest changes from central to local. Which command I need to use? Git pull command. Okay, git pull command to download the changes from central repository to our local. Now check the file in the local. Are we able to get the latest change now? Are we able to get the latest change or not? Yes, tell me. What is the difference between git pull command and git clone command? What is the difference between pull command and clone command? Clone command to download central repo to local. Then what is the pull command? Download only latest changes from central to local repo. So every day we will do the cloning or every day we will do the pull. How many times you will do clone? Only one time when you join in the project. Only first time you will do the clone. Then every day I will do the pull. Every day morning before we are going to start the work, we need to download latest changes from the repository. So to download the latest changes, we will go for a command called git pull command. What is the difference between push command and pull command? Push to send from local to central. Pull get from central to local. Both are reverse. Push versus pull. Push means you send the changes. Pull means you get the changes. Are you clear? So when to go for clone, when to go for pull. When to go for clone, when to go for pull. Come on. Clone means download entire project in one shot. First time only we will do. Every day we will do push and pull. To send your changes to central, push. To get other developer changes from the central, pull. So that is code integration. All the developers will integrate their code in the GitHub repository by using push and pull commands on daily basis. Every day, every day, before going to start your day, before going to start your work, you take the latest code. At the end of the day, you push your changes to the central. Morning, take the latest code. Evening, you send your changes to the central. Like that, all the developers code will be integrated at one place. Now, if this GitHub repositories are not available, how to integrate the code? Is it easy? That's very difficult because people are working from different locations. Code integration will become very challenging task. Are you clear with my point? Yes. Can you tell me commands that you have learnt in the Git bash? Git init. What is the purpose? To git init is used to initialize the working tree. Then git status. What is the purpose? To check the working tree status. Next, git add. What is the purpose of add? To add the files to staging area. Next, git commit. What is the purpose? To commit the changes from staging area to local repository. Next, git push. What is the purpose? To push local commits to central repository. Next one, git log. What is the purpose? To check the commit history. Next, git restore. Git restore. What is the purpose? To unstage the file as well as to discard the changes. Next, git rm. What is the purpose? To remove the file. Directly will it be removed from the central? No. What to do if you want to delete from central also? Rm plus commit plus push. Then next one, git clone. What is the purpose of clone? To download the repository from central to local. Git pull. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of git pull? Download only latest changes from central to local. To download entire project, clone command. To download only latest changes, pull command. Are you clear? 10 commands we understood from git bash. Like this, there are so many commands available. So just we understood 10 commands from git bash. Git init, git status, git add, git commit, git push, git restore, git log, git rm, git clone, git pull. Before that, we executed one command called git config also. What is the purpose of git config? What is the purpose of git config? That is used to configure your name and email in the git bash. You need to introduce about yourself to the git bash before going to execute any command. What is working tree? What is working tree? Come on. Where you are going to make the file changes. That is called working tree. What is staging area? What is staging area? That represents the files which are eligible for the staging area. Okay. Staging area represents files which are eligible for commit. What is local repository? When you do git commit, your changes will go to local repository. Local repository will be available in our system. What is central repository? Which is available in the GitHub. Which is available in GitHub. What is a repository? The location where we are going to store our project source code. For one project, how many repositories required? For one project only, one repository is sufficient. Okay. What is public repository? What is private repository? Public means anybody can access. Private means only specific users can access. Okay. What is GitHub? What is GitHub? GitHub, come on. It is a platform where we can host our project, where we can create our repositories to store project source code. What is GitHub? It is a client software that is used to communicate with the GitHub repositories by using Git bash. So you can use Git to communicate with the GitHub repository either through CLI or through GUI. Currently we are using what? CLI. Git bash is a CLI. We are using Git bash commands to perform operations with GitHub repository. So once you got the clarity on the git bash commands, then I will show you git to GUI also to perform the operations. If I show you git GUI, you will not concentrate on the commands because GUI is very easy. You no need to remember the commands also. User interface will be available. Just with the mouse, you can perform all the operations. But in the interview, what they are going to ask? So first I am teaching you difficult concept, then I will show you easiest approach. If I show easy approach first, if I show GUI first, will anybody practice Git commands? No, tomorrow you will fail in the interview. So that is the reason first I am teaching difficult approach. You have to remember the commands. You have to practice the commands. Once commands completed, then I will show you GUI. No need to execute the command. Everything we can do with the mouse click. You can commit, you can push, you can stage, you can unstage. Everything we can do with the user interface. That is a dead easy. 5th class student also can do. But in the interview, they will ask these commands only. So that's why first I'm explaining the commands part. Are you clear with my point? Good. Any questions for me? MSI files also can be downloaded. MSI, Microsoft installers. Anything, either exe or MSI you can download. Double click, next, finish. What you are getting? Okay, maybe in your system, extensions are not displaying. That is exe file only, extension is not displaying. So then you need to go to File Explorer options, go to View tab, show hide extension for known file types. By default, this is checked. You uncheck this checkbox, then it will show the extensions also. Okay, you need to update this setting. Fine. Okay, so guys, with this, we got the clarity on what is GitHub, what is GitHub repository, how to create repository, how to set up our platform, and what is GitHub architecture, what is working tree, okay, and how to perform operations by using some commands. So commands are not completed. Still, there are many commands that we need to learn tomorrow also. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow also, we are going to work with GitHub only. Are you clear? Yes. Able to understand whatever that I'm trying to explain, the commands, the process, right? So now here, assume that I have one complete project. Okay, people asked me, sir, you created one project, Spring Boot logging. How to push this complete project to the GitHub repository? As of now, what we are pushing, one file or two files we are pushing. I want to create a Git repository. I want to push complete project to the GitHub repository. Are you getting my point? Yes. Now, let me create one new repository. New. So I will give this name SB log application. In the JRTP class, we created one project with the logging. Okay. Spring Boot log application repository I'm creating. Type of the repository, public. Click on create. One new repository created. The script is generated. Commands are available. Now go to our workspace, 29 JRTP workspace. Logging application is available. Go inside this. Now this is our project. I want to push all the files to the GitHub repository. So very simple. Repository created. Copy this script. A minor change I will do to the script, guys. Currently, which file we are adding to the staging area? Only readme. If I delete this, if I keep dot, what will happen? That's it. So now you execute this script from the project directory, then our complete project will be pushed to the central repository. You got my point? So by default, they are pushing only readme file, but I want to push all the project files. Instead of adding one file, you keep dot. Now take this script and go to your project directory. Go inside the project directory, open git bash. Okay. So in the git bash, you can give the script and execute. Your complete project will be pushed to central repository. My project is pushed to central. Go here and refresh. Now you can see my project src, my project pom.xml file, my project readme file is also available. Now if you see SB log application, our JRTP logging application is available in the central repository. How to push complete project to the central repository? Just remove the file name, keep the dot. What is the difference between file name and dot? If you give file name, particular file will be added to staging area. If I keep the dot, all the files will be added to staging area. Are you able to follow this? So you know how to push complete project from working tree to central repository. Just create the new repository, copy the script, just git add dot. All files will be added to staging. All files will be committed to local. All files will be pushed to central repository. Clear? Good. Next one. Here, whenever we are pushing our project to the central repository, there is a folder called target folder is available. What is the target folder in the Maven? That class files will be available. So when we are storing the code in the GitHub repository, do we need to store source code or we need to store bytecode? We need to store the source code or we need to store the bytecode? Only source code, not bytecode, because bytecode will change every time, right? Whenever you want bytecode, you compile, then bytecode will be generated. By default, we need to store only source code. So whenever you package your Maven project, target folder also will be created. But when I push my project, target folder is going to the GitHub, target folder not going to the GitHub. Only src is going, only source code is going. Target folder is not going to the GitHub. We should not keep target folder in the GitHub. That's not required because target folder will contain bytecode of the project. We should not store the bytecode in the GitHub. GitHub we are using only to store source code of the project. Sir, then I have added all the files to the staging area now. Why target folder is not added? When I keep dot, what is the meaning of that? When I keep dot, what is the meaning of that? All the files should be added to staging area. But here, target folder not added to staging because of dot git ignore. Okay? From your folder, which files, which folders you don't want to commit, you can specify them in the git ignore. So whatever the file names you configure in the git ignore, those files will be skipped from the repository. Okay. If you open .git ignore, what is available here? That means we are telling to the GitHub, we are telling to the Git client boss, any file name or any folder name which is available in the .git ignore, you don't consider that file for the commit. You skip the files which are not required. So any file or any folder which you don't want to commit, you can skip them by adding in the git ignore. For example, .class path, .project, Maven related files, okay, and target folder, .settings folder, not required to keep in the GitHub. What is required in the GitHub? Only source code, pom.xml file is required. So remaining files I want to ignore from the commits. How to ignore them from commits? By adding them in the git ignore file. .git ignore, that is used to specify which files, which folders we want to skip from the git operations. The target folder is already configured in the git ignore file. That's why target folder is not committed to our GitHub repository. Are you able to follow me? This is also an interview question. What is the .git ignore? What is the .git ignore? That is used to specify the files and folders to ignore from git commit operations. So which files and folders not required to keep in the git repository, we can specify them in the ignore file. Example, .class path, .project, .settings, okay, and a target folder. You no need to commit to the GitHub repository. Are you able to follow this? Good. So interview question, what is .git ignore? It is used to specify files and folders to skip from Git operations. Example, .settings, .class path, .project, target folder. And when you go for UI, node modules folder will be available in the Angular or React. Those also I want to skip. Those things we are going to specify in the .git ignore file. Sir, when this ignore file will be available? When you create any Java project, na, by default git ignore file will be created. If you create a project from the IDE, by default .ignore file will be created. In that file that is already configured. You no need to do anything. Just you need to understand what is the purpose of that file. So did I create this file or it came automatically? When you create a project in the IDE, that file will come automatically. You no need to do anything. Okay, just you need to know what is the purpose of that file. Tomorrow, if you want to skip any file, you can add the file name in the git ignore file. What is the purpose of git clone command? Git clone command is used to download the repository from central to local. You joined in the project, that project already started. You need to work on the existing project. So to download the repository from the central to local, we can go for git clone command. Then what is git pull command? Then what is git pull command? Git pull command is used to download latest changes from central repository to local repository. What is git log command? To check the commit history, we are going to use log command. What is git restore command? If you want to unstage the file, if you want to discard file changes, you can go for restore. What is git push command? Publish local commits to central repository. Git commit command, you want to commit staged files to the local repository. What is the add command? Which is used to add the files to the staging area. Git status command, display working tree status. Which files are added to staging, which files are not added to staging, we will understand by using status. What is the init command? Which is used to initialize our working tree. Okay. So yesterday we have done some operations in the Git repository. Now, so this is our project. We are able to push complete project also into our Git repository. Let me open git bash and let me check status of my working tree. What is the command I need to use? What is the command? Git status command. This branch is up to date. Working tree is clean. Nothing to commit. Okay. Now I will make some changes to my code. Go to src main java. Okay. So here one Java class is available. Let me make some changes to this Java class. Okay. Java class. Here I'm writing one variable integer I is equal to 10. Line number 11 I have modified. Line number 11 I have modified. Now how to verify git status? File is modified. How to add this file to staging area? Git add dot. All the modified files will be added to staging area. Git status. File is available in the staging area. You can unstage by using restore. You can commit also. Git commit -m code updated. Code updated. Now my change is committed. Check it. Is that commit available in the central repository? That commit is not available in the central repository. Whatever the code change I have done, is it available in central repository? Is it not available in the central repository? Not available. How to publish? How to publish? Git push command. My commit will go to central repository. Okay, push is completed. Now you can refresh. Line number 11, the code is updated, variable is added. Now similarly, let me add one more variable, integer j is equal to 20. Line number 12 I have added. In the central repository, how many lines available? Only 11 lines available. In my local, 12 lines available. Now, before I am going to commit, assume that before I am going to commit, somebody committed this file in the central repository. In the line number 12, they added some value, string name is equal to Ashok IT. They have done commit in the central repository before I'm going to commit. Two people working on same file. Two people working on same Java class. They added one line variable they have added in the line number 12. In the line number 12, I have added one variable called J. Now here you need to understand that two developers working on the same project and same file now. Okay, so this is our project. This is our Git repository, central repository. This is our GitHub repository. Two developers working in this repository. Developer 1, developer 1 is available and developer 2 is available. So these two people working on the same repository. Now this person name is, assume that John, and this is myself. Now we are working on same Java file today. John has done the code commit at 9:50 a.m. He has done git push. Okay, so today morning we started our work at 8 a.m. guys. So morning at 8 a.m. we started our work. We are working on some tasks. Both are working on the same file. By 9:50, John completed push operation. Now I want to commit my changes at 9:52. 2 minutes before he committed his changes to central repository. Now I will try to commit my changes to central repository. Git status file is modified. What I have modified guys? I added one variable in the file. Now let me try to commit this. Git status git add. I'm adding file to the staging area. Added. Git status file is added in the staging. How to commit it? Git commit -m. Okay, bug fix related to some story number. Bug fix is done. Okay, local commit completed. Now I am trying to do git push. Now see, my git push got success or my git push got failed. My git push got failed. Why this git push is failed? Why the git push is failed? Ah, I am trying to do the code commit at 10 o'clock. I am trying to do the code commit at the 10 a.m. Who has done the commit first now? John has done code commit at 9:50. So do I have latest code in my local? I don't have the latest code in my local. Do I have the latest code in my local or I don't have latest code in my local? No. 9:50, John has done push operation to the GitHub. At 10 a.m., I am trying to push my code to the GitHub. So before my push, already one push completed by John. So if I want to push my changes, I need to take latest changes first. Without taking latest changes, Git will not allow you to push your changes. Are you getting my point? So it is a thumb rule. So whenever you are doing a push, first you need to take the pull, then you need to push your changes. So if John has not committed, if nobody committed, directly I can push. If somebody already committed, you cannot push directly. You need to pull the changes first, then only you can push your changes. Are you able to understand? Now, here John has done change in the line number 12, string variable he created. In the line number 12, I created int variable. There is a conflict. Two developers working on same file, same line. Two developers working on same file, same line. So when I try to perform git push operation, my push is rejected because somebody already completed the push. You need to take the pull, then only you can push your changes. Always we need to have latest code in our local, then only we can perform push operation. Always we need to have latest code in our local, then only we can perform push operation. Now let me try to take the latest code. Which command we will use to take the latest code? Come on. We will use a command called git pull command. When I use git pull command, I am getting conflict. Getting the conflict is very common problem in the real time because multiple developers working in the same project, same files they will modify, same line of code they will modify. So they modified, John modified line number 12 with a string variable. I added int variable in the line number 12. So when I take pull command, I got some junk lines of code. This is called git conflict. Okay. When you are git pull, when you do git pull is a very dangerous command because if you want to push, first you need to take the pull. When you take the pull, there is a chance of getting conflict. So when we will get conflict, if two developers are modifying same line of code, then you will get the conflict. When the conflict occurs, you can see some junk characters like this. So what you need to do? Remove these junk characters and you need to, this is called resolving the conflict. So John added string variable. I have added int variable. Both variables are required. My code is required. John code is also required. So you need to remove the conflict problem. Then you need to commit. Okay. I have taken pull. I got the conflict. Then check the status. File is in the unstaging area because I have taken pull now. Now add it git add dot. File is added to staging area. Then do the commit. Git commit -m conflict resolved. I resolved my conflict problem. Then I will do git push operation. Now my push is successful. Earlier my push failed. Now push is successful. Why your push failed earlier? Why your push failed earlier? Sorry. Earlier latest code is not available in my local system. That's why it failed. How to take the latest code? By using pull. Now my code is available. John code is also available. Can we repeat the scenario again? When we will get the conflict problem? Right. So I have my code here. I'm writing one variable. Integer k is equal to 30. Line number 17 I have modified. Now in the line number 17 I added one variable into k is equal to 30. Now go to central repository. Now assume that somebody making the changes to central repository directly. Edit this file. Currently line number 17 not available. I am adding double or I'm adding boolean status is equal to false. I created one variable in the central repository. Directly I am committing. Assume that somebody committed the change to the central repository. After their commit, I am trying to commit my change to the central repository. Okay, tell me the process. First, check the status. What is the status of my working tree? One file is modified. What is the status of the file? What is the status of the file? Unstaged. So is it eligible for commit or not eligible for commit? Not eligible. How to make it eligible for commit? How to make this file eligible for commit? Git add dot. What is git add dot? Files will be added to staging area. Files will be added to staging area. Now check the status. File is available in the staging area. Now what I can do? Git commit -m. Okay, code updated. Git commit I have done. Fine. Now I will go for git push. Will accept or will not accept? Will accept or will not accept? Will not accept. Why it is not accepting my push? Why it is not accepting my push now? Updated code. Latest code is available in my local. Latest code is not available in my local. Come on. Latest code is not available. Why latest code is not available? Before I am going to push my code, John already pushed code to central repository. As somebody modified the code in the GitHub, I am not able to push my change. If I want to push my change to the GitHub now, first I need to pull the code from the central repository. I should use clone command or I should use pull command. Clone command or pull command? What is the difference between clone and pull? Clone is used to get the complete repository from central to local. Pull command take only latest changes. Okay, go for git pull. Download latest changes. Am I able to download properly or I got a conflict problem? I got the conflict problem. Why we got the conflict problem? Why we got the conflict problem now? Come on, why we got the conflict? Two developers modified same line of code. That's why we got the conflict problem. How to resolve this conflict now? Whenever you see some lines of code like this, that means it is a conflict. How to resolve the conflict? Remove this, remove this, remove this. Okay, I have added k variable. They have added boolean variable. So whichever is required, you keep that. Once you resolve the conflict, then you need to commit the code again. Git status file is modified. Now git add dot, then git commit -m. What is commit -m represents? What is -m represents? Commit message. Why are you committing? Conflict resolved. Okay, then go for git push. So once you resolve the conflict, then we are able to push. Now see, my code is available, k variable, John code is available, boolean variable. So whenever you are going to start the work, right, first take the latest code from the repository, then make your changes. And before you are going to push, again you need to take the latest changes. So if you want to push, always you need to pull first. If somebody modified code in the repository, you need to take the latest code, then only Git will allow you to push your code to the repository. Whenever you are doing Git pull, there is a chance of getting conflict problem. In which scenario we will get the conflict problem? If two developers are modifying same file, same line, then you will get the conflict. What you need to do when the conflict is occurred? What you need to do when the conflict is occurred? Come on. You need to remove that unwanted code. You need to keep the code which is required. Then you need to commit and push the changes to central repository. Suppose now assume that here John has done code push at 10 o'clock 9:50. He modified a file called pom.xml. I modified one file called Java file. Okay, will I get any conflict now? If they worked on two different files, when I do pull, will I get the conflict or I will not get the conflict? I will not get the conflict. Now see here, I am adding one more variable here, integer a is equal to some 10. I modified Java class. Integer a is equal to 10. Now, John is modifying pom.xml in the project or some Docker file available in the project. So here, maintainer Ashok. Okay, something I'm changing. I modified a file called Docker file. I have done code commit to the central repository. Who has done the commit first? Ashok or John? John done the commit first. I modified Java class. John modified Docker file. Now, do I have latest code or I don't have the latest code? Do I have the latest code or I don't have the latest code? I don't have the latest code. Okay. Git status. Which file modified? Java file is modified. In my local Docker file is available. Check that. Do I have latest Docker file in my local or I don't have latest Docker file in my local? No, only my name is available. Surname is not available. Okay, but John updated Docker file in the central repository. Now let me try to perform the commit. Git status not added for staging area. How to add? Git add dot. Git commit -m. This is bug fix related to bug ID 345. Now I'm doing push. Push will accept or reject? Rejected. Why push is rejected? Somebody committed to central repository. I don't have the latest code. Okay. Now what I need to do to resolve this problem? What I need to do to resolve this problem? Git to pull before pushing again. Boss, if you want to push, first you need to pull. Somebody already committed your code to the central. Somebody committed code to central. You take the latest code. Then you push your changes. Okay. How to take it? Come on. How to take it? Git a pull operation. Now I got the pull. Okay. It is asking what is the merge operation? Simply close this file. Yes, I'm able to take the latest code. Did I get any conflict problem now? Did I get any conflict problem? No. Why there is no conflict? They modified a Docker file. I modified Java class. Files are different. When the files are different, conflict will not occur. When the files are same, when the line is also same, then only conflict will occur. Now I got the latest message from the Docker file from central repository. Now I can directly do git push. Are you clear? Now am I able to do the push? Conflict is not occurred. In which scenario conflict will occur? In which scenario conflict will not occur? In which scenario conflict will occur? In which scenario conflict will not occur? Remember, git pull is very danger command. Git pull is very danger command. Why we are saying git pull is a danger command? Why we are saying git pull is a danger command? There is a chance of getting conflict. Whenever you use git pull, it will try to download the changes from central to local. So John modified Java file. I modified same Java file. John changed line number 12. I also changed line number 12. If two developers work on the same file, same line, there is a chance of getting conflict problem. So whenever conflict occur, it is our responsibility to resolve the conflict and push your code without any conflict to the central repository. In the interview, they will ask this question. So can you explain, have you ever faced Git conflict problem? If you say no, that means you are not a real developer. Because in the real time, every day we will work with the Git operations. Every day we need to do the Git pull. Every day we will face conflicts. Getting the conflict is very common. Getting the conflict is very common. So because multiple people working on the same project, same files, there is a chance of getting conflict. When conflict occurs, you should not worry. Just you need to resolve the conflict and you need to commit your code to the repository without conflicts. Are you clear with my point? Yes, very good. Fine. So with this, we understood several commands, git clone and git pull. Okay. What is the difference between clone command and pull command? When we use git pull command, there is a chance of getting conflicts. Okay. If two developers modify same file and same line of data, then conflict will occur. We need to resolve and we need to commit and push without conflicts. When we use git pull command, there is a chance of getting git conflict. When the conflict occurs, you no need to cry. It is very common problem in the real time. You need to resolve that problem and you need to commit your code without any conflict problem. Are you clear with my point? Very good. Next one. As of now, we are using only git bash commands. Sir, can I perform operations without commands also? GUI. Can I use git GUI to perform the git operations? Very simple. See here. Go to this one. Java class is available. Unwanted variables I have created. I will remove all these variables. Now code is modified. Whatever the variables I have added, I removed all these variables. Now, you know commands. Status command is available, add command, commit command, push command is available. So those are git bash commands. I am not interested to work with the commands. I want to perform operations by using graphical user interface. That is git to GUI. Okay. So from your working directory, open git bash. Here, this is my project directory, my working directory. How to identify working directory? .git folder will be available. Anybody not able to see this folder in your system? If you are not able to see this folder, you need to make one change in your operating system. Go to File Explorer options, go to View tab. Here, show hidden files. Any file or folder which starts with dot, that is called hidden file. By default in our system, the option will be selected like this. Don't show hidden files and folders. Apply OK. .git is displaying or not displaying? Not displaying because it is a hidden file. How to display the hidden files also? Go to File Explorer options, go to View tab, click on this option. Show hidden files and folders. Apply OK. Now you can see .git is displaying. That is a hidden file that represents our working directory. Now go here, open git bash. So in the git bash, I don't want to execute commands now. I want to perform operation very easily. For that, use a command called git GUI. use a command called git GUI. So when I execute this command, it will open a window to perform git operation. Git to GUI window will open like this. This is my git to GUI window. Close it now. Close it now. Right. Now let me execute a command git GUI. So when I execute a command git GUI, what is happening? A window is opening. Now in this window, you can see there is a file available, that is unstaged file. I modified this file, Java program. It is displaying in the red color. What is the meaning? These lines of code I have deleted. If the line is displaying in the red color, that means these lines of code I have deleted. Now, this file is in the unstaging area, not staged. So, if you stage the file, that file will display in the staged box. Now it is in the unstaged box. If you click on this file symbol, what happened? File came to staging area. If I click on this here, file is going to unstage. So through command prompt, you can do this. Git add command, git restore command. Here in the unstaged box, file is available. If you click on this file symbol, that is equal to git add. If you click on this symbol, check the right symbol, that is equal to git to restore. If you click on the file name, you can see what are the changes you have done. So there are some lines of code I have deleted. Now stage this file. After staging, commit message. Why are you committing? Removing unused variables. I'm removing unused variables. Commit option is available. Click on commit. Yes, code is committed. Then use option called git push option. When I use git push, click on push. Now it is pushing my changes to central repository. Push is completed. Do I need to use any command now? No. So you can perform operations in two ways. By using git bash, by using git GUI. First day, if I explain GUI, will you learn these commands? If I explain git GUI day one, will you focus on the commands? No. Why? Why you will not focus on the commands? Because GUI is very simple. GUI is very simple. Now go to repository, check it. Code is updated or not. Variables are removed or not. Go here, main, Java folder, Java class. Unwanted variables available or not available? Not available. Now let me make code changes to the variables again. GitLab project, SRC, Java class. Yeah. So I'm writing one variable, integer j is equal to some 10. File is modified. So what I need to do when the file is modified? Go to git bash, and what I need to do? Execute a command called git GUI. Then what is happening? A tool is opening. Now what it is displaying now? Green color. What is the meaning of green color? New line is added. Red color means deleted. Green color means added. What is the status of the file? What is the status of the file? Unstaged. How to stage this file? Click on this symbol. File is added to staging. How to unstage the file? That's it. If you click on these symbols, staging and unstaging will happen. Now commit. Okay. Added variable. Click on commit. File is committed. Click on push. File will be pushed to our central repository. Close it. Now go here, refresh. Now can you see my code is pushed to central? Yes. So now how many ways you can perform operations with Git? Two ways. What is Git GUI? Can you guys tell me? What is Git GUI? It is a desktop tool. It is a desktop tool to perform Git operations. So execute below command in working tree to open Git GUI. So what is the command we need to use? Git GUI command. So if you execute this command, GUI tool will open for you. There you can perform your operations. Staging, unstaging, commit, push, all those operations you can perform through Git GUI also, which is easy. Git bash is easy or Git GUI is easy. GUI is easy. But in the interview, they will ask questions related to commands. Init command, add command, status command, restore command, commit command, push command, clone command, pull command, rm command, log command. What is the log command? What is git log command? It is used to display commit history. Log command is used to display commit history. What is the rm command? To delete the file. Directly will be deleted from central also? No, only from local. How to delete from central? rm plus commit plus push. What is clone? Download the repository from central to local. What is push? Send the changes from local to central. What is pull? Take from central to local. What is the most danger command in the git bash? Pull command. Why it is a danger? It may give conflict. In which scenario we will get the conflict? If two developers modify same file, same line, then you are going to get the conflict. When your push will be rejected? When your push will be rejected? Before you are pushing, if somebody already pushed, then your push will be rejected. What is the mandatory thing that you need to do before pushing? You need to take the latest code by using git pull command. Clear with my point? What is git status command? Check the status. How many files added to staging area? How to unstage the file? How to unstage a file? By using a command called git restore command. What is init command? To initialize working directory. How to commit? Git commit -m commit message we are going to provide. Are you able to follow this? Fine, good. Online students able to follow me? Are you able to follow me? The commands and Git GUI also. How to open Git GUI? So if you execute Git GUI in the Git bash, then GUI will open. What is the purpose of that GUI? What is the purpose of Git GUI? By using that GUI, you can perform operations with user interface. A desktop application will be available in order to perform Git operations. What is Git ignore, guys? What is Git ignore? It is used to specify which files and folders you want to skip from Git operations. Which files and folders you want to skip. So when we are creating Maven project, by default we are going to get dot class path, dot project, dot settings. Some files will be available. Target folder also will be available. So do we need to commit the target folder or not required? Not required. Why we no need to commit the target folder? Why we no need to commit the target folder? That contains a bytecode. GitHub is used to store the source code of the project, not to store the bytecode. So target folder we should not commit. So where we can specify that this target folder should not be committed? Where we will specify that target folder should not be committed? In the .git ignore. Git ignore file will be available. In that file, we will specify that this file, this folder should not be committed. Are you clear with my point? Yes, very good. Next one. Next concept, how to work with Git branches concept. How to work with Git branches. Now, guys, branch, what is the meaning of a branch basically? What is the meaning of a branch? Subordinates, subgroups. Now, when you go for BTech, okay, so many students will join in the BTech and all the students will sit in the single classroom. No. So there will be ECE branch, there will be CSE branch, civil branch will be available, mechanical branch will be available. Like this, people will be divided to multiple branches. Branch wise classes will happen, branch wise exam papers will be available. Now, similar to that, in the Git also, there is a concept called branches concept. So what is a branch and why we need branch in the GitHub? What is a branch? Why we need a branch in the GitHub? Let's understand. Yeah. We are having one GitHub repository for our project. Okay. That is our GitHub central repo. What is the meaning of central repo? Which is available in the GitHub. All the developers will be working with the central repository. Now, in our project, multiple teams available, guys. Developers only. Developers are again all are freshers only, BTech freshers only. But these BTech people divided to branches. When you go to the college, today is the college start date. So many people came for the BTech first year. All these people are BTech first year people only, but they're divided to branches. Similarly, in our project, there are 20 developers available. 20 developers available in the team. Okay. Now, these 20 developers are divided into multiple branches. 20 developers divided into multiple branches. One branch name, one team is called as development team. Okay. 5 people we added to development team. In our project, 20 developers available. Out of 20, 5 people we added to development team. Any new requirement comes from the client, these people are going to work on that. These people are going to work on this development activity. And in our project, there is another team is available. Research and dev team is available. In that, 5 people are available. They will not work on client functionality. They will do some research on recent technology changes in the market. Now, we are using Java 11. How to use Java 17 features in our project, how to use Java 21 features in our project. Java 24 came into market. What are the new changes in the Java 24? How can we implement in our project? Okay, so they will be working on research, which is not there in the project. They will try to implement in the project. That can be a version change. That can, now we are using Spring Boot to 2.5 version. Now these people will check Spring Boot to 3.0. What are the changes available? So if you change our project from one version to another version, what will happen? They will be working on some research in the project. or currently we are using AWS cloud in our project. If we change it to Azure cloud, what is the benefit? That kind of research work will be done by 5 people in our project. Now, and the next one, some people are working as bug fixing team. So they have released the project to the testing team. Testers are working on the functionality they are testing. If they identify any problem in the code, then these 5 people are responsible to fix the bugs in the application. And there is a another team is available, which is prod support. 5 people available. Customers are accessing our application. These people are going to monitor logs of the application, how our project is running in the production. Is there any problem in the project? If there is any problem, these people are responsible for fixing the problems in the production environment. Okay, so in our project, 20 developers available. 20 developers are divided into 4 separate teams. Ongoing development team available, research and development team is available, bug fixing team is available, production support team is available. Now, all these 4 team members working on the central repository. Okay, so if you observe now, dev team is available. Okay, and R&D team is available, bug fixing team is available, and prod support team is also available. 4 teams are working in our project. Now, what are the names of them? One is dev team. Dev team is available, and the next one R&D team is available, and the next one bug fixing team is available. Bug fix team is available, and the next one prod support team is available. Production support. What is the meaning of production? When our project is running in the live environment, then production support will come into picture, that is monitoring. I told you SL, service line agreement, SLA will be available. When you deliver project to the client, 1 year warranty period will be there. So these people will provide warranty for the project. They will monitor how the project is working. If there is any problem, these people has to fix that problem. So we are developers, 20 developers. These 20 developers again divided into multiple sub teams. Okay, ongoing dev team and R&D team is available, bug fixing team is available, production support team is available. All these developers working for the same project. All these developers working for same project. Now we have one central repository. All the developers code is going to the central repository. Now today this development team started working on some code changes. They have done the code integration in the central repository. R&D team has done some code changes. They integrated their code in the central repository. They have bug fixing team integrated code in the central repository. Production team has done one fix production issue. They fixed and they integrated code in the central repository. Now all the developers code integrated in one repository. Are you getting my point? So we have 20 developers in the team. The 20 developers divided into 4 small teams. Ongoing development team, R&D team is available, bug fixing team is available, production support team is available. What this R&D team has done, they changed the project from Java 11 to Java 17 version. This is the change they have done on the trial and error method. They made the Java version change from 11 version to 17 version, and they integrated the code in the central repository. They have done the code changes, they integrated in the central repository. Meanwhile, today morning, we got login issue in application. Login issue in application fixed today morning. So people are not able to log in into the project. That is very high priority. Production, application running in the market. Today morning, customers are not able to log in the project. So production team has done bug fix here. They also integrated code in the GitHub repository. R&D team also integrated code in the GitHub repository. Now I want to deploy my project in the production only with the bug fix code. I want to deploy only the code done by production team. I don't want to deploy code which is done by R&D team. Is it easy now? Is it easy or it is not easy? Two teams modify the code. Development team is not done anything. Bug fixing team not done anything. Production support team modified the code related to login functionality issue. They integrated code in the central repository. R&D team modified the code. They migrated the project from Java 11 version to Java 17. But still their code is not tested properly. They have done the version change, but code is not tested properly. Now, can I deploy the complete code in the production? If I deploy the complete code in the production, what is the problem? If I deploy complete code in the production, what is the problem? What is the problem? 17 version may work or may not work because we have not tested the functionality properly. Which code we need to deploy to the production now? Which code we need to deliver to the client now? Only login issue fixing code we need to deliver to the client. But how can you differentiate? How can you differentiate the code modified by production team, code modified by R&D team? All the developers modified the code in the single repository. So development team has done some code changes. Bug fixing team is doing some code changes. R&D team is doing code changes. Production support team also doing the code changes. All the teams are making code changes in the single repository. Then how can you deploy only the code modified by production support team without deploying the code done by other teams? Can you separate that in the repository or you can't separate that in the repository? Can you separate or you can't separate? Come on. Can you separate or you can't separate? We can't separate. Why we can't separate? Because we have single repository. We have single repository. Everybody making the code changes in the single repository. If all the teams are modifying the code in the single repository, then project maintenance will become difficult. Okay, from last 1 week, development team is doing the code changes in the central repository. Bug fixing team doing the code changes in the repository. R&D team doing the code changes in the repository. This production team also doing the code changes in the repository from last 1 week to 10 days of time. All the code is integrated at the one place. Now today, I want to deliver my project to the client only with the code changes done by production team, production support team. This code I don't want to deliver. This code I don't want to deliver. This code I don't want to deliver. I want to deliver the code which is done by production support team. How do you identify that? How can you identify the code modified by only production team? All code is integrated. So is it easy to deliver project to the client? So when multiple teams are working like this, is it easy to deliver the project to the client or it is not easy to deliver project to the client? Come on. Is it easy or it is not easy to deliver project to the client? Now if I deliver the latest code from, if I download the latest code from GitHub, if I deliver, what will happen? And not a tested code also will go to the client. There are so many bugs. There is a chance of getting so many bugs. I want to deliver the code which is done by production support team only. Bug fixing team code I don't want to deliver. R&D team code I don't want to deliver. Development team code also I don't want to deliver. I want to deliver the code which is modified by only my production support team. How can you differentiate the code done by only production support team? Is it easy or not easy? Not easy. Why? From last 10 days, all the teams are working on the same repository, modified so many files, integrated all the code in the central repository. Now in the central repository, 4 teams code is integrated. But which code we need to deploy to the client? Only support team code I need to deploy to the client. How can you identify the code which is done by only support team? Very, 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 very difficult. Are you getting my point? Yes, tell me. So here in a project, multiple developers will be available. I'm taking the example, 20 developers available in the team. So the 20 developers are divided into multiple small teams. 5 people I added to development team, 5 people I added to research and development, 5 people working on the bug fixing, 5 people working on the production support. All the teams are working on the same project. They integrated all the code in the central repository. If all the teams code integrated in the central repository, then what is the problem? What is the problem here? If 4 teams work on the same repository, if 4 teams integrated the code in the same repository, what is the problem? What is the problem? Project delivery process will become very, very difficult. Okay, I want to deliver only some functionalities to the client, not all the functionalities. I don't want to deliver R&D team code to the client because R&D is not completed. They are in the process of testing the code. I don't want to deliver development team code because it is not tested. I want to deliver only one team code changes to the client. How can you identify one team code changes in the repository when 4 teams integrated? Are you getting my point? Is it easy or not easy? It is not easy. Okay. Then in order to resolve this problem, we will use branches. In order to resolve, first you need to understand the problem. Then you will understand the solution easily. Okay, so whenever you are learning any topic, first you need to understand what is the problem in the situation. What is the problem? Okay, then you need to find solution for the problem. Directly I can explain the branches. Explaining the branches is 2 minutes concept only. Directly I can go and I can create the branch. Okay, branches completed. But you will not get the full clarity. When you will get the full clarity? First, if you know the problem, then you will know the solution. Then you will remember that concept. Okay. I explained GitHub. First, I started with the problem. Developers will be available in different locations. How the code should be integrated. And developers are working on the same project. One developer code can be modified by other developer. How to track the changes. Yesterday, my code is available in the project. Today, my code is not available. Who removed my code? When removed? Why removed? Okay. I should track. So code integration is one problem in the project. Code monitoring is another problem. To resolve this problem, we are going for GitHub repository. So using GitHub repository, all the code we can integrate at one place. And it is going to provide you tracking also. Who modified, when modified, why modified, what modified. Everything you can track by using Git repository. Okay, that's fine. We understood how to create a repository, how to push our code, how to clone, how to pull staging area, local repository, central repository, working tree. We are clear with that. We have seen git bash commands also, and we have seen git GUI also. Now, so if you come to the real time, in the real time, in our project, multiple development teams will be available. One team is called ongoing development team. Whenever a new requirement comes, the development team will work on that. Okay, some team members will work on research. Okay, what we need to do better, what better we can do in our project, what is the latest technology trends in the market, how to implement the latest changes in the technology changes in the project. R&D team will be available. One team purely focusing on bug fixing, one team purely focusing on the project warranty period. Okay, if any issue comes in the warranty period, that the team has to fix that issue. 4 teams are working. If 4 teams are integrating the code at one place, again there is a problem. So if 4 teams integrate the code at one place, what is the problem? Delivery will be the problem. I don't want to deliver the code done by all 4 teams. I want to deliver the code changes of only one particular team to the client today. Today priority from 10 days, all teams are working. R&D team is making the changes related to Java 17 version. It is not fully completed, fully not tested. Today morning, very priority issue. People are not able to log in the project. I found the root cause. I fixed the problem. I integrated the code in the GitHub. If I deliver the code to the client, only my code changes will go. All the team members code changes also will go. All the team member code changes also will go. Their changes are tested or not tested. Then without testing, how can you deliver? If you deliver, complete system collapse. Are you guys getting my point? So what we need to do now? I need to deliver only the code changes done by production support team. I should not deliver the code changes done by R&D team. But from last 10 days, R&D team also integrated the code in the GitHub. Today I made the changes for bug fix. R&D team from 10 days they are making the code changes. So if I deploy the latest code, R&D team changes also will go to the client, which are not tested properly. So without testing, if you deliver the code, there is a chance of getting the problem. Are you clear with my point? So are we going to deploy the latest code directly from GitHub to the client? No. Why? It's not one team. 4 teams are working on the same repository. So which team code we need to deliver to the client? So here, if you maintain whatever the approach we are following as of now, with this approach, we can't work in the real time. For student, for fresher, this knowledge is sufficient. But when you are going to the company as an experienced developer, whatever that we discussed as of now, not sufficient. Are you getting my point? For the fresher, whatever I explained, git pull command, push command, clone, add, GUI, katham. But for experience, we need to learn more. You need to learn more for experience. I told you, my subject is not for freshers. My subject is equal to 4 saal experience, 4 years experience developer. Happily, you can work with 4 years of experience in the industry once you attend our classes. That much content I'm going to deliver. So you need to be ready to accept this content. If you just attend the classes, no use. Practice is also required. So if you attend the classes carefully, if you practice properly, if you implement the tasks that I'm giving real-time scenarios, you are equal to 4 years experienced developer. You can crack the interview with 4 years of experience. That much subject you will get. Getting my point? Yes. Fine. So we are trying to understand branches concept. Okay. So if the branches are not available, what is the problem? If the branches are not available, what is the problem? Multiple teams will integrate the code at one place. Then we can't deliver particular team code to the client properly. To resolve this problem, we are going to use a concept called branches concept. Okay, sir, what is the benefit of using branches? Okay, so in the BTech, if you go to any college, BTech first year, 1000 students will be available. For 1000 students, a single classroom teach Java? No. So for civil engineers, Java is not required. For mechanical engineers, Java is not required. So what the BTech colleges will do? 1000 people join for BTech first year. Then what they will do? They will ask which branch you want to join. CSE people go to that classroom. Okay. So triple people go to this classroom. Mechanical people go to other classroom. Civil people go to other classroom. So multiple, all are BTech first year only. Why we are not keeping everybody in the one classroom and teach Java? That is not required for them. So for civil people, Java is not required. Okay. For CSE people, that electronics or electrical subject is not required. So depends on your branch, your classroom will be available. Your faculty will come to teach the subject for you. Similarly here, when we are working in the GitHub repository, multiple teams are working, right? For every team, we need to create one branch here. For every team, we need to give one classroom. In the repository, we need to divide classrooms now. Okay, so dev team is available. For a dev team, I will create one branch called develop branch. Dev team should keep their code in the develop branch, and bug fixing team should go to QA branch. R&D team code should go to another branch called R&D. Production team should go to a branch called release. Inside one repository, I'm going to create multiple branches. So repository is only one. In that repository, multiple rooms we are going to create. For one team, we will allocate one room. Hey, R&D team, you keep your code in this box only. Hey, production support, you keep your code in this box only. So every team should integrate their code in the separate room. If I keep all the team members code in one room, what is the problem? Deployment problem. I can't deploy the code to the client what client is expecting. So that's why we are going to use a concept called branches concept. Why we will use branches? Branches are used to maintain separate code base for every team. So in the development only 4 teams available. For every team, separate code is required. To maintain separate code bases for every team, we are going to use branches concept. Now, whenever we create a GitHub repository, by default, we are going to get one branch called main branch. Whenever you go to any GitHub repository, by default, what is available now? By default, which branch is available? Main branch is available. Main branch is common for everybody. Main branch nothing but most important branch in the GitHub repository. Now, when the development team want to do the code changes, they should not work on the main branch. For a development team, I'm going to create a develop branch. So the development team code should go to develop branch only. Okay, how to create the branch? Whenever you create a Git repository, by default one branch will come that is called main branch. But main branch is not for the teamwork. Okay, now for every team, separate branch we need to create. How to create a separate branch now? You check it. Main is available, right? Now go here, view all branches. What is the main? Default branch. Now in my project, there is some development activity. Create one branch called develop. Create branch develop from the main. So what is going to happen? Here our repository is available. This is our GitHub repository. This is our GitHub repository. In this GitHub repository, by default, there is one branch called main branch. Okay, main branch is the default. All the project finally tested latest code will be available in the main branch. Now, we got some new requirement. We got some new requirement. So development team is available. If the development team work directly in the main branch, what is the problem? Existing code may fail. Development means it is an activity, right? It may take 1 month of time. You will do lot of code changes. Lot of testing is required. Directly, if you change your code in the main branch, existing code may not work. That's why what we do in the real time, from the main branch, we are going to create one new branch called develop branch. We are going to create one new branch called develop branch will be created. Now, for the development team, we will give the access to develop branch. Now, my dev team, whatever the code is available in the main branch, we are going to copy the code from the main branch and we will keep that code into develop branch, guys. So it is just a copy. Whatever is there in the main branch, whatever is there in this room, I will take the copy, I will keep in the another room. Now developers will play with that room. Once their coding is completed, once their testing is completed, then I will integrate the final code in the main branch. Are you clear? Now, similarly, we have R&D team also in the project. For R&D team, I'm going to create one more branch called R&D branch will be created. So whatever is there in the main branch, I will take and I will create develop. Whatever is there in the main branch, I will take, I will keep R&D branch. Now dev team will do the code changes in the develop branch. R&D team will do the code changes in the R&D branch. Now, is there any problem if these teams are working on the project now? Are they modifying main branch? They are not modifying main branch now. Are they modifying main branch or they are not modifying main branch? They are not modifying main branch. Similarly, I have a production support team. For the production support team, I'm going to create one more branch called release branch. I'm going to create one more branch called release branch. In this release branch, one more team is going to work, that is prod support. Prod support team will be working. Now, all the team members code is available at one place. Team members code is divided into multiple places now. Now I want to deploy production team code to the client. From where I can deploy? Release branch available. From the release branch, I will take the code, I will deliver to the client. So in that release branch, which team code is available? Only production support team code is available. I want to deliver R&D team code to the client. Where the R&D team code is available? R&D branch is available. I want to deliver latest development code to the client. Develop branch code is available. So like this, in one repository, multiple branches will be created so that multiple teams can work parallelly in the project. So based on the requirement, particular team code we can deliver to the client. Instead of integrating all the team members code at one place, for every team, separate branch we are going to maintain. So what is the advantage with the branches now? What is the advantage with the branches now? For every team, separate code base will be available. Easily we can manage the code. Parallelly, the teams can work. Whenever you want to deploy particular team code, take the code from the branch, deliver to the client. Are you clear with my point? Yes. Git branches. So when multiple teams are working in the same repository, when multiple teams working on same repo, then project delivery will become difficult. When multiple teams working on same repo, then project delivery will become difficult because all the teams code will be integrated at the one place. So for every team to make our project delivery process simple, to make our project delivery process simple, we need to maintain multiple branches in GitHub repo. Okay, for every team, one branch is recommended. Okay, for every team, one Git branch is recommended. For every team, one Git branch is recommended. So by using Git branches concept, by using branches, multiple teams can work parallelly. By using branches, multiple teams can work parallelly. Okay, so here for the development team, I will give a branch called develop branch. Okay, for the bug fixing team, I will give one branch called SIT branch. Okay, similarly, my R&D team is available. For them, I will give one branch called research branch. For the prod team, I will give one branch called release branch. Okay, and main branch will be available. Main is the default branch. Main branch will be available, that is a default. Finally, complete latest tested code will be available in the main branch, and for every team one separate branch will be available. So if I give separate branch for every team like this, what is the benefit? My team code should not affect your code. I am belongs to development team, Your belongs to R&D team. Your team code should not affect on my functionality. My functionality should not affect on your functionality. That's why multiple branches will be maintained in the GitHub. So what is the benefit of using the branches in the GitHub? Multiple teams can work parallelly. Multiple teams can work parallelly, and code management will become easy. Project delivery process will become easy. Now I want to deploy R&D team code. Only R&D team code I want to deploy. What I will do now? I will go to R&D branch and I will deploy that code to the client. I want to deploy development team code. Go to the develop branch, deploy that. I want to deploy production support team code. Go to the release branch and deploy that code. Okay. If I don't have branches, if I use single branch for all the teams, if I use a single branch for all the teams, what will happen? If I use a single branch for all the teams, delivery process will become very, very difficult. So to simplify project delivery process, we are going to use multiple branches in the GitHub. What is the default branch in the GitHub? Main. Whenever you create a Git repository, by default, main branch will be created. From the main branch, you can create the other branches also. From the main branch, you can create other branches also. Are you clear now? How to create the branch? See here, product API is available. How many branches available for the product API now? How many branches available for product API now? One branch. What is the name of the branch? Main branch available. Now I want to start some latest development activity in the project. So select the drop down, type here develop. What they're saying, create a develop from the main. Click on this. So now with this, develop branch is created. Main branch code is available and develop branch code is also available. So main branch code, exact code copied to develop branch. Are you getting my point? Now let me go here, clone this project, product API, copy this one, clone this project. Delete this. So earlier in my repository, we are having only one branch. Now how many branches available? Two branches are available. Let me go to git bash. Let me go to git bash and use a command called git clone command. Now I am cloning my repository. Go inside the repository, cd01 product API. I got it. Now currently I got which branch? By default, which branch code I got? Main. But are we going to do any changes in the main branch directly? Why we should not make any changes to the main branch directly? That is a tested branch. That is a tested branch. Where you need to do your code changes? Develop. But which code I cloned? By default, which branch code I got? Main branch. Now I want to switch to the develop branch. For that, we use a command called git checkout develop. What is the command? Git checkout develop. What is the meaning? I am switching from main branch to develop branch. Switch from main branch to develop branch. Now see here, switch it to a branch called develop. Now if I do any code commit, it will go to develop branch or it will go to main branch? It will go to develop branch. Can we try that now? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to create a file, touch f1.txt, git add, git commit, -m testing. Okay. Then I will do git push. I created a file, I added to staging area, I committed and I pushed. So to which branch my code is pushed? Develop. Go here, refresh. Now check the main branch. In the main branch, my F1 file is available or not available? No. Now go to develop branch. Now can you see in the develop branch my file is available? In the develop branch my file is available or not? So where my code is now? Where is my code now? My code is in the develop branch. Is there any effect on the main branch? When my code is available in the develop. Now I want to deploy only my code to the client. not other team's code. From where I can deploy my code? From developer branch, I will take the code and I will deliver to the client. I will test it and I will deliver my code to the client. Okay. Now, can we come back to the main branch again? Can we come back to the main branch again? What is the command? Git checkout main branch. Now I switch it to main branch. Okay. So you use git branch command. So there are two branches in the working tree. Main available, develop available. My working tree pointing to which branch now? My working tree pointing to which branch now? My working tree is pointing to main branch. But I want to make the changes in the develop branch. How to do that? How to make the changes in the develop branch? Switch from main branch to develop branch. How to switch from one branch to another branch? Come on. Git checkout develop. Now I switch it to develop branch. Now if I commit any changes, my changes will go to which branch? I am safe. My code will not affect on the existing code. My code will not affect on the other team members code. For every team, one branch will be available. So if you have multiple branches, for every team, if you have one branch, what is the advantage? For every team, if you have one branch, then what is the advantage? We can easily deliver project to the client. Which code you want to deliver to the client? Easily you can deliver by using this branches concept. Are you able to follow me? So what is the purpose of branches? What is the purpose of branches? To separate multiple teams work. Branches are mainly used to separate multiple teams work. Easily, if you want to organize multiple teams work, then branches are required. What is the default branch in the GitHub repository? Main branch. Okay. How to create other branches in the repository? Now, I am having main branch. Can I create a branch called research branch? Yes. Main branch available. Type the branch name research. Create the branch research from the main. Whatever is there in the main branch, everything will be copied into research branch. In one repository, you can create any number of branches. In one repository, you can create any number of branches. Are you clear? Good. Okay. Here observe. I have done code changes in the develop branch, guys. I am from development team. I got some tasks, main branch available. In the main branch, tested code is available, stable code is available. I got a task for 1 week of time. I am not doing my development on the main branch. If I do development on the main branch, the problem, my code may disturb the existing code. So that's why I am doing the development activities on the develop branch. Once my coding is completed in the develop branch, I will test my code. If everything is working as expected, then I will integrate my code from development branch to main branch. That is called branch merging. What is this concept, guys? This is called branch merging. This is called create branch. Okay. What is the meaning of create branch? Copy everything from the main branch to develop branch. Once your changes are completed in the develop branch, if everything is tested, if everything is working, then you can integrate development branch code changes to main branch. That is called branch merging. In order to perform this branch merging, we are going to use a concept called pull request concept. We are going to use a concept called pull request concept. What is the pull request? Pull request concept is used to merge the changes from one branch to another branch. If you want to merge the changes from one branch to another branch, then we will use a concept called pull request concept. When we need to go for pull request, my changes completed in the development branch. My testing also completed. Everything is working. Then where the final code should be available? Final code should come to main branch. Currently, where is my code? Develop branch. Where my code should be available end of the day? Main. How to merge the code from one branch to another branch? Pull request. So if you want to merge the changes from one branch to another branch, then you will go for a concept called pull request concept. Are you clear with my point? Boring? Confused or clear? What is branch? Branch is one code base. Why we need to create the branches? Multiple teams should work parallelly in the project. So for every team, separate branch is required so that easily we can maintain our project work. Development work I am doing in the development branch. Why I am not doing development in the main branch? Why I am not doing development in the main branch? Main branch code is completely tested. If I do development in the tested code, that code may not work. I don't want to disturb existing functionality. My coding will take 10 days of time. In these 10 days, I may do a lot of mistakes. I need to test it properly. If everything is working, then I will integrate my code from development branch to main branch. That is called branch merging. How to perform the branch merging? By using pull request concept. So if you want to perform branch merging, then we will go for pull request concept. Okay, so just now you have seen, I have created one file in the development branch f1.txt. Okay, that is not available in the main branch. See here, go to develop branch. My code is in the develop. I have created f1.txt. Is that code available in the main branch? That code is not available in the main branch. Not available. Can I merge now? How to merge now? Pull request option is available. Go here, create pull request. New pull request. New pull request. From which to which you need to create? From development branch. See the arrow. See the arrow. Development branch code I want to merge to main branch. Able to follow this? Whatever the latest code changes done in the develop, I want to integrate development changes to main branch. Create pull request. Create it. Yes, pull request is created. Now merge pull request. Confirm the merge. Branch merging. Once the branch merging is completed, now you check the main branch F1 file is coming or not. Actually, where I pushed F1 file, develop. How it is coming to main? Pull request. What is pull request? What is pull request? Pull request is used to merge the changes from one branch to another branch. Are you clear? Good. So what is the lab task we have done, guys? Clone Git repository. Okay. Go to GitHub repository and create develop branch from main branch. Then clone git repo. By default, which branch will come? Main branch will come. Then what we need to do? Switch from main to develop. How to switch from main to develop? Git checkout develop. Git checkout develop. Then what we have done? Create a file and push to develop branch. Getting my point? Now create pull request and merge develop branch changes to main branch. This is what I have done. Go to your GitHub repository. By default, main branch will be available. From that, you create a develop branch. Once your branch is created, then you clone your Git repository. By default, you will get the main branch. Then you switch from main branch to develop branch. Git checkout, develop. Then create a file and push to develop branch. Now I want to merge the changes from develop branch to main branch. What we will do for that? We will create a pull request and we will merge the develop branch changes to main branch. Are you clear? So like this, you can play with branches. In one repository, you can create multiple branches. There is no limit on that. So end of the day, our changes should be available in the main branch. Once your coding is completed, once your testing is completed, final code should be integrated in the main branch. Main is the default branch. Are you clear with my point? Very good. So today what we discussed, guys? Today we discussed about what is Git conflict, when you will get the conflict and how to resolve the conflict. And we discussed about Git GUI tool also. And we discussed about what is Git ignore file. And we discussed about Git branches, how to create a branch, okay, and how to switch from one branch to another branch, and how to merge the changes from one branch to another branch by using pull request concept. What is Git pull and what are the problems we are going to face whenever we use Git pull command, and what is the difference between Git clone command and Git pull command? What is the difference between clone command and pull command? Clone is used to download complete repository from central to local. What Git pull command is going to do? Git pull command is used to download only latest changes from central repository to local. So what is Git conflict? When two developers working on the same file, same line, then we are going to get the Git conflict problem. How can we resolve that Git conflicts? Manually, we have to resolve the conflict. We need to commit the code without any conflicts. Okay. What is Git GUI? Git GUI is a desktop tool that is used to perform Git operations, right? Now from our working tree, we can open that Git GUI by using a command called Git GUI command. What is Git ignore file? What is Git ignore file? That is used to specify files and folders to skip from Git operations. All right. Next one, Git branches we discussed. What is the problem when multiple teams working parallelly in the project? Some development work is happening, bug fixing work is happening, research work is happening, and some production support is also happening in the project. When multiple teams are working parallelly in the project, then code integration will become difficult because all the teams modifying the code, they are integrating the code in the single repository. When I want to deliver the code related to one particular team, we can't identify the changes of one particular team. So to avoid that problem, we are going to use a concept called branches concept in the GitHub. So what is the purpose of branches? By using branches concept in the GitHub, we can maintain multiple code bases in the project. Development team changes will go to one branch. Bug fixing team code changes will go to one branch. R&D team code changes will go to one branch. So if you maintain multiple branches like this, then the project maintenance will become easy. Easily we can deliver our project to the client. Then yesterday we have done the lab task also. We are able to create one branch and we are able to clone the repository and we switch from one branch to another branch also. How to create a branch in the GitHub? Do you know how to create a branch in the GitHub, guys? Yes. So go to our GitHub account. So here our repository is available. Here 3 branches available. Can I create one more branch also? Yes. Check this drop down. Here you can create one branch with a name called feature. Feature branch I am creating from the main branch. So whenever we are creating a branch, right? So whatever the code is available in the current branch, that a complete code will be copied to the new branch. Now, so go to here, click on this drop down and you type the branch name. If that branch is not available, they will suggest to create the branch. Create a feature branch from the main branch. Click on this. Now one more branch got created. Now when I clone the repository, by default which branch will come? when I clone the repository, by default, main branch will come. Suppose if you execute a command like this by using git to clone, if you use a command like this, git to clone URL, then which branch it is going to clone? By default, it is going to clone the main branch. How can you switch from one branch to another branch? By using git checkout. I don't want to clone main branch. I want to clone direct develop branch. Okay. How to clone particular branch only? For that you will use git to clone -b branch name develop repository URL. If you use just to git to clone, it will give you main branch. If you want to clone particular branch, you can give clone -b branch name. Then it is going to clone only develop branch code. Then you can commit your changes to develop branch. Then what is pull request, guys? In the last session, we discussed about pull request. Can you guys tell me what is pull request? Come on, what is a pull request? It is used to merge the changes from. It is used to merge changes from one branch to another branch. Okay, so we are working on some development activity. We are working on some development activity. So I don't want to make the changes directly in the main branch. I don't want to make the changes in the main branch. Why we should not change directly changes in the main branch? Why it is not recommended to modify the main branch directly? Why it is not recommended to modify main branch directly? Because in the main branch, all the latest code is available. Okay, if I do my development activity, my development will take 1 week of time. Lot of changes I need to do. There is a chance of getting the bugs also. It is not recommended to do development activity directly in the main branch. What is the safe side? From the main branch, create one new branch. That means take the copy of the main branch. You do development activities in the develop branch. So when you are doing development activities, any effect on the main branch? No effect on the main branch, because main branch is one room, develop branch is another room. We are making code changes in the another room. This room code will not be affected. Branch nothing but a separate room we are using to store the code. Now, when we have done the changes in the develop branch, once your changes are tested, if everything is working as expected, then we can merge the changes from one branch to another branch. That concept is called branch merging. How to perform the branch merging? By using pull request. We can create a pull request in the GitHub and we can merge the changes from one branch to another branch. Are you clear with my point? Able to practice all these things? Okay, example, merge develop branch changes to main branch. Good. Ongoing development activities I have done in the develop. Once my changes are completed, I am merging them to the main branch. Perfect. So with this, we have completed the most important topic in the Git repository, branches concept. In the real time, for every repository, multiple branches will be available, because in one project, multiple teams will be working. In one project, multiple teams will be working. So to manage multiple teams code parallelly, to maintain multiple code bases separately, we are going to use this branches concept. Very good. Next one. Now we are going to talk more about interview questions. Topic wise, it is completed. Now, interview questions, what kind of questions they are going to ask when we are attending the interviews? Yes. Yeah, I will come to that point. Okay. Now, so here observe what is Git stash. Okay. There is an interview question. What is Git stash, guys? So stash, let me tell you one simple scenario. You are watching movie, guys. You are watching movie in your home. Okay. Just generalized example. You are watching a movie in your home. You are in middle of the movie. You are watching a movie in your home and you are in the middle of the movie. All of sudden, your mother asked to bring one milk packet from shop. Then what you will do? You are watching one interesting movie by sitting in your home. You are in the middle of the movie. All of sudden, your mother called and mother told to bring one milk packet from the shop. Then what you will do? We will pause the movie. We will first priority watching the movie. Now today is assume that it is a holiday, Sunday. Happily we are sitting in the home and we are watching our movie. Today that is our priority. I have to complete that movie. When I am watching that movie, my mother called and she told me to bring one milk packet from the shop. Then what is my situation? What is the priority now? Morning at 9 o'clock, my priority is watching movie. But at 10 o'clock, my mother told to bring a milk packet from the shop. At 10 o'clock, this is the priority task. 9 o'clock, that is the priority. At 10 o'clock, this is the priority. Priority got changed. When mother assigned the task for me, then what I will do? I will pass the movie. Then I will complete the second task first. Actually, I'm in middle of the first task. My first task is watching the movie. When I am watching the movie, she told me to bring a milk packet. I will stop my first task. I will pass my first task. I will complete my second task. Once the second task is completed, then I will watch movie again. I will continue the movie. Wherever I passed it, from there only I will continue my movie. So similarly, you are going to face same kind of scenario in the real time also. Manager assigned one task for you. Jira 101 story assigned. Jira 101 story assigned. I have started working on that. I am working on the Jira story 101. Work started. Few changes completed. Few changes completed. I am in middle. I'm in middle. So Jira 101 story assigned to me at the morning 9 a.m. I have started working on that. I made few changes to that story. I made so many files changes in my working tree. I'm in middle of that story. I'm in middle of that story. Once 9 o'clock they assigned this 101, I'm in middle of that story. But at 11 o'clock, manager told me, Ashok, we got one priority story, 11 a.m. Jira story, Jira 102 assigned, and it is very critical. It is very critical now. So what I need to do? When I am watching movie, my mother told me to bring a milk packet. Then what I have done? I passed my movie. I went to shop. I got the packet. I gave to my mother. Then I started watching movie again. So I am stopping my first task in the middle. Then I am continuing my second task. Once the second task is completed, then I will come back to first task. Same scenario in the project also. Today morning, 9 o'clock, they assigned one task for me. I have done some code changes in my project. In my working tree, I made some code changes. I have not completed my changes. My changes are in the middle only. Okay. When I am in the middle of that story, at 11 o'clock, my manager assigned one more story for me. That is a Jira 102. Manager told that, Ashok, 102 story is very critical now. First, we need to complete 102. Once 102 is completed, then you can work on the 101. Are you able to understand the scenario? This scenario is also very common in the real time. This scenario is also very common in the real time. So morning they assigned one task for you. You are in the middle of that task. After some time, they have assigned one more task for you. They told to complete the second task first. When I want to complete the second task first, what about the first task changes? Can I commit them? Can I commit the first task changes? No. Why I cannot commit? Not tested. Changes fully not completed. I cannot commit my changes. 101 changes half only completed. Fully not completed. But I need to complete 102 first. So if I want to start working on the 102, What about 101? Changes in the middle. I cannot commit them. Why I cannot commit them? Half only completed. Can I delete the changes? If I delete the changes, my time will be wasted. 2 hours I spent on that. If I delete those changes, my 2 hours effort will be wasted. So what you will do in this scenario? What you are going to do in this scenario? So when you encounter this kind of scenario, we are going to use a option called Git stash option. Are you getting my point? So when you are in middle of something, if you want to stop it, if you want to continue some other task first, then you need to go for Git stash concept. So before going to start this one or two, here I need to use Git stash. I need to use Git stash. If I do this Git stash, then what is going to happen? Whatever the changes available in the working tree, those changes we are taking as a backup. Whatever the changes available in the 101, those changes we are taking as a backup by using git stash command. Then happily you can work on 102. You commit the changes related to 102. Once 102 changes are completed, then you can go back and execute git stash apply. You can execute git stash apply. When you execute git stash apply, then what will happen? So first 101 started, they assigned 102. Before starting 102, I will execute git stash command. If I execute git stash command, my working tree changes will go to backup. My working tree changes will go to backup. Then I will work on 102. Once 102 is completed, then I want to continue 101. Once a packet given to my mother, I want to continue watch my movie. So once 102 is completed, I want to continue my work on the 101. How to get the backup changes back to the working tree? By using git stash apply command. Now tell me when to go for git stash command. When you want to take the backup of working tree changes, then you can go for git stash command. And how to get the changes from the backup again? By using git stash apply command. Now let me show you this operation. Git practice, Git lab is available, product API, open Git bash. Git status. Currently I'm in which branch now? Currently I'm in which branch now? How to check it? How to check it? Git branch command. Okay. If I do git pull, latest branches also will come. Git pull command I have taken. Now let me execute a command called git branch command. So now I got which branch? Develop. So main branch is available. Develop branch is also available. Now currently I am pointing to develop branch. Let me make some code changes to the develop branch, guys. So let me go to a file called docker file. Let me go to a file called docker file. Here open jdk 17 is available, or else let me do one thing. Let me go to Java class directly. Yeah, this is my Java class. In this Java class, I'm writing one method, public void m1 method. Public void m1 method. I am writing some code changes in this method. Int I is equal to 10, into j is equal to 20, something like this. This is related to what? This is related to Jira 101. So I am working on story number 101. They assigned one task for me. Okay, I am in middle of this story. My method is not completed. Just I started. I have done some changes. When I'm in the middle of this story, manager assigned one more story for me. Manager assigned one more story for me. So now, can I commit my changes? Is it completed? No. Can I delete this one? If I delete, my time will be wasted. If I commit, existing code will not work. In this scenario, what we are going to do? Let us see git status. What is the status of the file? Modified. It is eligible for commit or not eligible for commit? Not eligible. Now, so my 101 changes not completed, but I want to work on 102. So to work on 102, first I need to complete 102. This is priority. I need to commit 102. So before committing this 102, 101 I need to take as a backup. How to take them as a backup? What is the command? What is the command? Git stash command. Now saved working tree directory on the develop branch. Now go to your file and check it. 101 changes available or not available? Changes available or not available? Not available. Now I will work on 102 changes. Public void m2. Public void m2. Now I will make the changes related to 102 story here. M2 method is available. In this M2 method, some logic I will write. This is related to Jira 102. This is related to Jira 102. My 102 priority story completed. Now I will commit 102 changes to the repository. How to commit that? Git status. File is modified. Do we have 101 changes or we don't have 101 changes? Where are those changes? They are in the backup. How I have taken the backup of them? How I have taken the backup of them? By using git stash command. Very good. Now let me commit the changes related to 102. Git add dot, then git status, add it to staging area, git commit -m, Jira 102 completed. Jira 102 completed. Git push. I am pushing my changes to the repository. So changes are pushed to the repository. Go here, src main Java class. We are in which branch now? Oh, sorry, we should go to develop. Now in the develop branch, 102 changes are pushed or not? 102 changes are pushed or not? Then okay, my priority task is completed. Then what about my incomplete task? I want to take the backup, right? How to get the changes from backup? By using which command? By using git stash apply. Now when I execute git stash apply, you go back to the file. Am I able to get my method back? Yes. Now tell me, what is git stash? What is the purpose of git stash? It is used to save. What is git stash? It is used to save working tree changes in backup and make working tree clean. Okay, what is the purpose of git stash? Git stash is used to save working tree changes in backup and make working tree clean. So when we will go for this scenario, 101 story they assigned in the middle of that story. When I'm in the middle of that story, 102 story assigned for me. So to complete 102 first, to complete Jira 102 story first, we need to stash 101 story related changes. To complete Jira 102 story first, we need to stash 101 story related changes. Once 102 story, once Jira 102 story changes pushed, then we can get 101 story changes back using which command? Using git stash apply command. What is git stash and what is git stash apply? Come on, can you guys tell me what is git stash and what is git stash apply? What is git stash and what is git stash apply? Git stash is used to take your working tree changes to the backup and make your working tree clean. Then you can work on the priority story, push the priority story changes. Once the priority story completed, can I get back my previous changes from the stash? What is the command? git stash apply. So in which scenario we will go for this? When you are in the middle of one task, if they assigned some other task for you, then you can go for git stash and git stash apply commands. Are you clear? Very good. Fine. Next one, let me do some changes here. In the method, I'm writing one change. Integer k is equal to 20. Okay, main method is available. In the main method, I added one variable k is equal to 20. Now check the status of the file. Git status, file is available. Okay, now git add dot, or else I can do one thing. Git status, file is added to staging area. Git commit -m, commit message, committing 101 changes. Then let's do git push. My changes are pushed to central repository. You can refresh here. Yes, 101 changes pushed to the central repository. Okay, good. Now let me go back to my Java class. In this Java class, already in this main method, already two variables available. I'm writing one more variable, string name is equal to something. Okay, string name is equal to Java I am taking. String name is equal to Java I'm taking. Okay, file is modified. Line number 22 I have added. Now let me check the status of this. Git status. What is the status of the file? What is the status of the file? The file status is modified. Now I want to add the file to the staging. What is the command? Git add dot. File is added to staging area. How to verify that? By using git status command. Can I unstage the file? What is the command? Git restore. Okay. Now let me go for git commit -m, name variable added. Name variable added. I have done the commit. Okay. Now let me check the status. Git status. What is the status is saying? Your branch is ahead of develop branch by one commit. Now I want to remove my commit. I have done the commit to the local repository. I want to undo my commit. By mistake, I have done the commit. I want to remove my commit. That is a interview question. Okay. I have done one commit to the local repository. How can we remove local commits by using git bash? You understand the scenario? These all are scenario based questions, very, very important when you are attending the interviews with experience. So I have done one local commit by using git commit command. I did not push to central. I did not push to central. I have done only local commit. How to remove local commits? So in order to remove local commits, there is a command called git reset command is available. What is that command, guys? Git reset command is available. This git reset also we can do in two ways. One is called soft reset, another one is called hard reset. One is called soft reset, another one is called hard reset. Tell me, what is the purpose of reset command? Revert is different. Revert is different. No. It is used to remove local commits from the repository. So whenever you execute git commit, right, your changes will be committed to local repository. Whenever you push, changes will go to central. After committing to the local, I want to delete it. After committing to the local, I want to delete it. For that, we need to use a command called reset command. So how many ways we can do the reset now? Reset we can do in two ways, guys. Reset we can do in two ways. This is that concept. How to remove git local commits. Using git reset command, we can undo our local commits. Git reset we can do in two ways. What are the two ways? One is called soft reset, another one is called hard reset. Can you read about this one? What is the meaning of soft reset? Git soft reset means only local commit will be deleted and file changes will be there in the staging area. Just your commit will be deleted, file will be in the staging area. That is called soft reset. What is a hard reset? Commit will be deleted and your changes also will be deleted from the working tree. Are you getting my point? So what is the interview question? What is the interview question? How to remove Git local commits? How to remove Git local commits? So how to remove Git local commits? Using Git reset command, we can remove local commits. How many ways we can do that Git reset? Git reset we can do in two ways. What are those two ways, guys? One is called as soft reset, another one is called as hard reset. What is the difference between soft reset and hard reset? Come on. Soft reset means only commit will be deleted, changes will be available in the staging area. What is a hard reset? Hard reset means commit will be deleted, changes also will be deleted from the working tree. Now see how to execute it. Already I have done one commit. Git status, one commit available. What change I committed? Name variable I have added, I have committed. Let me do the soft reset. Git reset double hyphen soft head tilde 1. So one latest commit I want to delete. If you give head 2, second latest commit will be deleted. If you give head 1, top latest commit will be deleted. Git reset soft head 1. Now it is done. Now check the Git status. Earlier, when I execute Git status, what it is saying? One commit is available. Now, after that I have done Git reset to soft of head 1. Then when I execute the status, commit is available or file is in the staging area. Commit deleted, commit is deleted, file is available in the staging area. If I do hard reset, commit will be deleted, change also will be deleted. Are you clear with my point? Soft reset is completed. Now let me commit again. Git commit -m variable added. Now let me check the git status. What is the status now? Nothing is available in the staging area. One commit is completed. Can we do hard delete now? Yes. How to do the hard delete? Git reset hard head 1. Okay, execute. Head is now committing 101 changes. Now go for git status. Nothing is available. No staging, nothing. Commit is deleted, changes also deleted. Go back to this file. My variable available or not available? Why the variable not available? Because I have done hard reset. When I do hard reset, what will happen? When I do hard reset, what will happen? Commit will be deleted, changes also will be removed from the working tree. So now tell me how to remove local commits from the repository. How to remove git local, very important interview question. How to remove git local commits? Using git reset command we can undo git local commits. Git reset we can do in two ways. What are those two ways? One is soft reset, another one is hard reset. What is the meaning of soft reset? Soft reset means only local commit will be deleted and file changes will be there in the staging area. Soft head 1, one latest commit will be deleted. What is the meaning of a hard reset? Hard reset means local commit will be deleted and file changes also will be deleted from the working tree. Are you clear with my point? Now, the next question, how to revert Git central repository commits, not local. Local means reset. I pushed my changes. After pushing my changes, how to remove them from the central repository? How to revert? This is also a famous interview question. How to revert Git central repository commits? Now let me tell you. I am adding one variable string name is equal to Java. String name is equal to Java. Fine. Let's go here. Check the status of the file. Git status. Git status. What is the status of the file? Come on. The file is in the modified state. Can I add the file to staging? How? Git add. File is added to staging area. Check the status. Can I unstage the file? Yes. Can I commit the file? How to commit the file? How to commit the file? Git commit -m commit ID. Okay. Java variable added. Commit is completed. Can I undo the commit? How to undo the commit? Git reset. How many ways? What are those? Soft and hard. Difference between soft and hard. Soft means only commit will be deleted, file in the staging area. What is the hard reset? File commit will be deleted, changes also will be deleted from the working tree. Okay, I want to push central repository. What is the command? Git push. Now, after my changes pushed to the central repository, manager told that your changes not required. They have told me to work on one task. From morning onwards, I am working on that task. I have modified 20-30 Java files. I forgot which files I have modified also. I committed my changes to the central repository. Then manager told me, Ashok, whatever the bug you fixed, that is not a bug, that is a actual functionality. Please remove your changes. Can I go to each and every file? Can I remove my changes? 30 Java files I modified from last 2 days. I forgot which files I modified, where I modified also. Now I committed my changes to the central. Suddenly manager told me, whatever the changes you committed to the central, not required. Ashok, please remove your changes from the central repository. Are you able to follow me? So can I go to each and every file and can I remove my changes? No. Then how to remove our central repository commits? Earlier we have seen removing local commits. Now I want to remove central repository commits. To remove central repository commits, there is a command called git revert command is available. What is the command is available? Git revert command is available. So read this question. How to revert git central repository commits? Using git revert command, we can revert to code changes from central repository. How to do that? By using git revert commit ID. After revert execution, we need to execute git push again. Then our changes will be deleted from the central repository. Are you able to follow this? So now I committed my change. String name is equal to Java. Go to that repository, verify my variable is pushed or not. My variable is pushed or not. Variable is pushed. What is the commit ID? Here you can find out the commit ID. So here you can find out commit ID. Take the commit ID and go here and execute a command called git revert commit ID. No. Yeah. Git revert commit ID. So what is the difference between reset and revert? What is the difference between reset and revert? Reset is used to remove only local commits. Revert central. Okay. Git revert commit ID. Waiting for editor. Okay. Revert one. Save this. Changes are reverted. Once the changes are reverted, what will happen? One local commit is available now. Go for git push. Now go to the central repository and verify. Now my Java variable available or not available? Why not available? I reverted the changes. Git reset, git revert. Very, very, very important interview question. Reset is used to remove local commits. Revert is used to remove central commits. So yesterday they gave me one task. I modified 30 Java classes. I committed my changes today. After 1 hour, manager told, Your changes not required. Please delete them. Can I go and identify where I made the changes? Difficult. Then what I can do, simply git revert commit id. In that commit, whatever the changes I have done, all those changes will be removed. Then I can push again. It is something like rollback. So in the database, you have a rollback option. What is a rollback in the database? Remove our operations. Whatever the changes you made, we are going to remove. We are bringing our table back to previous state. Similarly, we are bringing our central repository to previous. Before our commit, how the repository is there, I want to go to that state. For that, you can go for git revert option. Git stash, git reset, git revert. Are you clear? What is git stash? What is git stash? Save your working tree changes to the backup. Take the working tree changes and store in the backup. Make your working tree clean. For that, you can go for git stash. How to get the changes back from the stashing? Git stash apply. What is revert? Remove the changes from central repository. What is reset? Remove the changes from local repository. Are you clear? Okay. Next one. What is a pull request? Come on. What is pull request? Pull request is used to merge the changes from one branch to another branch. Here, merging we can do in two ways, guys. Merging we can do in two ways. What are those? One is by using pull request. Okay. So now I am making the changes to my develop branch. I am making my changes to develop branch. How many commits I have done in the develop now? Three commits. 3 times I committed to develop branch. Now I want to merge these changes to the main branch. How can I do that? Go to pull request. Then you specify, create a pull request. From which branch to which branch? From develop branch to main branch I want to merge. How many commits I have done? 4 commits available. 4 commits I want to merge from the develop branch to main branch. So directly from the GitHub, you can merge your changes. That is, through GUI, you can do the branch merging. Through GUI, we can do the branch merging. From the CLI also, you can do the branch merging. Okay. From directly by using pull request, you can do the branch merging, or from the git bash also, you can do the branch merging. Are you able to follow this? So where I have done my commits? Last 4 commits where I have done? Where I have done the last 4 commits? Develop. I want to merge these changes to main branch. Then how to switch the branch now? Git checkout main. Now I came back to main branch. Okay. Now let me check the git status, git pull. Okay, now I'm taking git pull command. That is fine. Git status. I am in the main branch. Now here you can use a command called git merge develop. What is the command? Git merge develop. What it is going to do? All the develop branch commits will be merged to main branch. Branch merging we can do in 2 ways. What are those 2 ways? One is by using pull request. Another one is by using merge command. Git merge develop. Okay. Branch merging is completed. Whatever the changes you have done in the develop branch, I am able to merge to the main branch. Are you clear with my point? Now here, interviewer will ask one scenario here. Okay. I faced this question in one of my interview. There is a develop branch available. There is a develop branch available and there is a main branch available. Okay. From the main branch only, develop branch got created. Now, programmer is working on the develop branch. Programmer is working on the develop branch. Programmer has done multiple commits to the develop. Okay, let us say commit 1, commit 2, commit 3, commit 4. Programmer has taken develop branch. Why we are taking develop directly? Why don't we make changes in the main branch? Main branch code is stable. We should not disturb. So for our experiment, from the main I created develop. I have done the changes in the develop. 4 times I committed my changes from 4 days. Every day I am making one commit. My changes completed. 4 commits I have done in the develop. Now I want to merge the changes. What are the options available? What are the options available? My testing, my development completed. My testing is also completed. I want to merge the changes from development branch to main branch. What I need to do? What are the options I have? I have 2 options, guys. What are those 2? One is pull request. Another one is merge command. If I want to merge, I should go to main branch here. Currently, I will check I'm in which branch. I'm in main branch. Then which branch I want to merge? Git to merge develop. What will happen? What will happen? All the commits of the develop branch will be merged to main branch. But my requirement is I don't want to merge all the commits of the develop branch to main branch. I want to merge only commit 3. You got my point? I have done 3 commits to the develop branch. He is sleeping. Stand up. What is git merge command? What is pull request? What is the difference? What is the difference between pull request and git merge? Then why 2 are there? Yes, pull request is used to merge the changes from one branch to another branch through GUI. And merge command is used to merge the changes by using CLI. Now my requirement is, I don't want, when I do merge, all commits will be merged to the branch. I don't want to merge all commits. I want to merge a particular commit only. How you will do that? You got my point? You got the requirement? What is the requirement now? I have done 4 commits to the develop branch. When I do the merge, what will happen? All 4 commits will be merged to main branch. I don't want to merge all 4 commits. I want to merge only commit 3. In this scenario, we will use a command called git cherry pick. What is this? Git cherry pick we will use. Git cherry pick commit ID that is used to merge particular commit from one branch to another branch. If you use git merge, all commits will be merged. I want to merge only specific commit from one branch to another branch. In that scenario, we can go for a command called git cherry pick command. That is very, very important. In the interview, all these kind of questions they will ask. What is git stash? How do you remove local commits? How do you remove central commits? How do you merge one branch to another branch? How do you merge one particular commit from one branch to another branch? If you use pull request, all commits will be merged. If you use git merge command, all commits will be merged. I want to merge only particular commit. How to merge a particular commit? By using git cherry pick. Now you should go to git main branch. You need to use git cherry pick and you need to take the commit ID from the develop. Okay. In the develop branch, what all the commits we have done. Now here you can see 30 commits available. Particular commit I want to merge. Java variable added. Okay. Or Jira 1 or 2 story changes completed. Java variable added. Then you need to take this commit ID. Copy this commit ID. And if you give that commit ID, git cherry pick. Oh, yes. Now only that particular commit is merged from developer branch to main branch. So tell me what is git cherry pick, guys? What is git cherry pick? When we use git merge command, by default, all commits will be merged from one branch to another branch. If we want to merge a specific commit from one branch to another branch, then we can use git cherry pick. Okay. What is git cherry pick? Git cherry pick commit ID. Okay, good. How do you commit revert? Using git revert command, we can revert the code changes from central repository file. How to remove local commits, how to remove central commits, how to merge a particular commit by using cherry pick. Are you clear? Next one. Git pull versus git fetch. This is also another important interview question. We know what is git pull. What is git pull? What is git pull? Yes, git pull command is used to download the changes from central repository to working tree directly. Okay, so every day when I'm going to make my code changes, I want to take the changes of other developers to my working tree. So when you have this git diagram is there, na? Where is that architecture? Working tree is available, staging area, local repository, and central repository is available. Central repository, this is working tree. Forget about the staging area, remove this. Okay, working tree is available, local repository is available, central repository is available. Whenever we execute git to pull command, directly changes will go from central to working tree directly. Because of that only we are getting conflict problem. Okay, when you execute git pull command, changes will be downloaded from central repository to working tree directly. Now if you use git fetch command, okay, now you see here I am using git pull command. When I use pull command, what will happen? If any changes available in the central repository, directly they will be downloaded to working tree. If you have some changes in the working tree, there is a chance of conflict problem. If you don't want to directly get to the working tree, then if you want to get the changes from central repository to the local repository, we can use fetch command. What git fetch command is going to do? What the git fetch command is going to do? It is going to download the changes from central repository to only local. What the pull command will do? Central to working tree directly. But when you go for git fetch command, central to local. Then how to get the changes from local to working tree? Then you need to use git merge. Yeah, if you want to get from, once you have done the fetch, changes will come to local. How to get from local to working tree? Simple git merge command you can use. That means when you go for git pull, it is equal to git fetch plus git merge. What the git pull command will do? Directly download the changes from central to local. Directly download from central to working tree. Then what git fetch command will do? What git fetch command will do? Download from central to local repo. To merge from to merge changes from local to working tree, we can use git merge command. from the local repo to working tree, we can use git merge command. That means when you do git pull, so it will do the git fetch plus it will merge directly to the working tree. This is also an interview question. What is the difference between git pull and git fetch? Can you guys tell me what the git pull is doing? What the git pull is doing? Directly downloading from central to working tree. Download latest changes from central repo to working tree. Download latest changes from central repository to working tree directly. Okay. Then what git fetch command will do? Download from central repo to local repo only. So that means when you go for git pull command, there is a chance of conflict. When you go for git fetch command, conflict will not occur. Okay. So you want to see any changes available in the central. Don't merge the central changes to working tree, because if you directly merge with the working tree, there is a chance of conflict. Safe side, if you want to perform the operation, first go for git fetch. Then what will happen? Changes will be downloaded to local. If it is downloading to local, okay, you can understand. Some changes are there in the central. We need to be very careful when we are merging. Then when you do the merge, changes will come from local to working tree. So finally, conclusion we can say git pull is doing fetch plus merge also. Git pull is equal to git fetch plus git merge. Are you clear? Good. So what is git cherry pick? When we use a merge command, by default, all commits will be merged from one branch to another branch. When you want to merge only particular commit, then we can go for cherry pick. What is the difference between pull versus fetch, guys? Pull versus fetch. What is the difference between pull and fetch? Pull is going to download directly from central repository to working tree. What is fetch command will do? Download from central to only local. How to merge from local to working tree? Git merge command we can do. Okay. Next one. What is git forking? Okay. What is git fork? There is an option called what is git fork option. Okay. Simple. Now in my GitHub account, there are so many repositories are available. Okay. There is a repository called product API is available. Okay. This is public repository. What is the meaning of public repository? Anybody can see, but can you modify my repository? Do you have permission to modify my repository? No, you don't have a permission to modify my repository. But here the thing is, you have seen my repository, you feel that this repository is very useful for you, you want to develop some additional functionalities in the same repository. Okay, I have a project, my repository is available in the GitHub. You don't have a permission for my repository. Even though it is public, you cannot make any changes. You can only see my repository. But the requirement is, you liked my repository, you want to take this code, you want to make the changes to this code. Then what you can do is, you can copy my repository to your GitHub account. That is called forking. Okay, somebody's repository I want to take into my GitHub account. I am owner for my repository. Now you want to copy this repository to your GitHub account, then you will become owner for this repository. That is called Git to fork option. Now see, product API is available. How many people taken fork? 37 fork 7. That means 37 people copied my repository to their account. Are you getting my point? What is the benefit of forking? What is the benefit of forking? This repository will come to your account. Then you will become owner for that repository. You can commit the changes to your repository. So what is the meaning of Git fork? What is Git fork? It is used to copy somebody's Git repo into our GitHub account. It is used to copy somebody's Git repository into our GitHub account. Now you want to make changes to my Git repository. Can you make the changes to my Git repository, or you cannot make the changes to my Git repository? You cannot make the changes. But if you want to make the changes, what you need to do? You copy my repository to your account. How to copy repository to your account? By using Git fork option. What is the benefit of doing this forking? You will become owner for my repository you are taking, and you will become owner for that repository. Are you clear? Now let me show you. Assume some random repository I will find out in the GitHub. Okay, Spring Security Git repo. Spring Security Git repo. Somebody's repository I want to download. Okay. So Spring projects available. Official Spring repositories are available here. Okay. There is a repository called Spring Boot. This repository belongs to whom, guys? Who developed this repository? Spring projects. Now, can I make any changes to this repository? Can I make any changes to this repository? If I want to make the changes to this repository, what I need to do? I need to fork. What is the option available? Fork. Can you read this? Can you read that? Fork your own copy of this Spring Boot. Spring Boot project code is available in the GitHub. I want to download that into my account. Then simply I will click on fork. So create a new fork. Then what is happening? Their repository coming to my GitHub account. Click on create fork. Now see, that repository is forked into my account. Now, in the Ashok IT school, Spring Boot project is available. Forked from this repository. So what is the meaning of forking now? What is the meaning of forking now? I have copied somebody's GitHub account repository to my GitHub account. Now I am the owner for this repository. Now I can make the changes to this repository. Are you able to follow this? So, sir, when we need to do this Git forking? If you find some open source projects in the internet, if you want to make some changes according to your requirement, then you can fork them and you can modify that repository. Fork means copying somebody's Git repository into our account. Then you will become the owner for that. Are you able to follow this? Yeah, good. What is Git fork? It is used to copy somebody's Git repository into our GitHub account. So to work with, when we want to work with open source projects, then we can use Git forking option. If you want to work with open source projects, then we can use Git forking option. Clear? Now, suppose I have the repository in my account. I want to give permission for you to work on my repository. I want to give the permission for the people to work on my repository. So how to give the permission for the people to work on my repository? Go to settings option and go to collaborators option. Okay, you can add the people as a collaborator. Collaborator means your team member. This is public repository. Anybody having the direct access for my repository? No. Then what I can do? I can add a collaborator, add people. If you give your email ID, then I can add you as a collaborator. My another GitHub account is available. I am adding. Okay, add this user as a collaborator. When I add it, that user will get the email. That user will get the email to work as a collaborator. What is the meaning of collaborator? Giving the commit permissions for my repository. If I make you collaborator, you can directly commit it to my repository also. Tomorrow in the project, company, all the team members will commit it to same repository. That means we all are collaborators for one repository in the real time. So one Git repository will be created. All the team members will have permissions for that repository. How to give commit permissions for our repository? By using collaborator option, we can give commit permissions for the repository. Are you able to understand this? Perfect. So with this we understood how to add collaborators also. How to add collaborators and what we have learnt as of now in these classes. With this we completed our discussion related to GitHub. What we learned, guys? What is version control software? What is version control software? Which is used to integrate code at one place, which is going to provide monitored access for you. What are the version control softwares? GitHub, Bitbucket, SVN is available. What is GitHub? A platform where all the code will be stored at one place. Git client. What is the purpose of Git client? That is used to communicate with the GitHub repository. What is Git architecture? Working tree, staging area, local repository, central repository, remote repository. What is the difference between public and private repositories? Public means anybody can see. Private means limited people. Repository collaborators. What is a collaborator? Adding team members to commit for our repository. Git bash commands we have seen. And what is Git GUI? What is Git GUI? Come on. GUI tool to perform our Git operations. What are the Git branches? What are the branches? When multiple teams working on the same repository, then the delivery will become difficult. For every team, separate branch we are going to maintain. Okay, good. Next we discussed about pull request, Git stash, how to remove local commits, how to remove central commits, what is a cherry pick, pull versus fetch, what is Git fork also we have seen. Very good. And in the real time, guys, in the real time, who will create the Git repository for the project? In the real time, developers will not create the repository for the project. In the real time, DevOps team will create the repository for the project. As a developer, you will take the repository and you will commit your changes to the repository. Repository creations will be taken care by DevOps team in the project. When you want to start a new microservice development, you need to request a DevOps team to create a Git repository for the project. You will not have the permission to create the repository for the project. DevOps team is going to create the repository for the project. You can create branches. You can create any number of branches. You can integrate your code. But repository creation will be taken care by DevOps team. Clear? So you got the clarity how to work with GitHub now, how the developer's code will be integrated in the real time. So you should be very careful when we are working with code integration. Because of your commit, other developers code should not be affected. You should not remove the code of other developers. You should be very careful when you are doing code commits to the GitHub repositories, because all the developers code will be available at one place. You should be very careful when you are doing code commits to repository.